back any further. Probably not without toppling over. Okay, folks, we're almost here. Bear with us a second. Sorry. Last minute difficulties with dog mainly, but me as well, I guess. Organisation. Getting things in place. Okay. Here we go, folks. Christmas Eve, I guess, isn't it? I guess Merry Christmas to you early starters, to the ones that got here on time, or, well, got here on time for me starting. Here we go, let's do this thing. With a bit of luck, we'll see us into the start of Christmas in Spain, and 1 hour later into the UK. I doubt very much that we'll be here kind of 5 hours after that to see Christmas into the US and Canada. You never know though. Stranger things have happened. Some of my streams have gone on for a little while. Now we do have to be careful tonight, folks, or be aware. Fireworks, and Tina, my doggy darling, she's petrified of them. She's currently shaking under the covers right next to me in bed here. I'm gonna try. I haven't got enough space on my table over here. Merry Christmas, everybody. Zami and Romany Gypsy. Romany Gypsy, would you be Michael? Maybe. Hey, Tina. Bless Tina. Yeah, I will do the intros momentarily if I can. I think I can. We can do the reverse the camera here. You might just, no, not quite. You'll need the flash. And hey Tina, you're gonna look this way for the peoples. Oh, something flew past. We got a biddy. Hey babe, come talk to the peoples. Come on, come on. You never know, I might have some treats. Oh, I might have treats for later. Not now. You've just eaten. You've literally just had your meal. But we got fireworks going off, folks. So I have to. Whoa! Hand over the screen. Look at this. Trained internet professional that I am. I want to get a little bit further back in the tent. Although my head does end up hitting the roof. I was getting my scalp plucked the other day. My crown. My bald spot was about twice as large after we finished. Not that I have an actual bald spot, just a crown. That's all I'm admitting to. People have been telling me for about 30 years that I've got a receding hairline at the front. My forehead is now a 5 head, quite clearly. It's a silly old joke, but I like it. Cheers again, folks. Two-fisted drinking. I'm just finishing off that licorice from last weekend. That licorice flavoured liqueur. I've literally just poured the end of that into my glass. But I don't want to be sitting here drinking that all, and it is very, very moreish. But like I said, that's the end of it. I've got no more. I've got my my Christmas present from my friend Karen, my bottle of brandy from her and her husband. Brandy type liqueur, I guess not technically brandy. Probably not for €6 anyway. But I got that for later. I've got my usual. Well, let me show you. Let's not hide anything from you guys. Let's show the embarrassing stuff. My lamp, my lantern that lights me up here sits upon three beers, and I drink. This is the one I'm going to be drinking. This is a remnant of one that's been sat here for about 2 hours that I'm about to finish. That will be the booze for this evening. I'm not sure whether I've got this lamp either close enough or bright enough. Is that too much, especially reflecting on the glasses? Maybe. Knock it down one. Tell me what you think. I'll try not to look too much. Can't avoid that by changing the camera angle, can I? Only the lighting angle, or my angle. Oh, I'll try my best to sit up a little bit more and look that way, maybe a little bit. Bear with me, folks. We're off to a slow start. Okay, let's do the intro. We are over, well, we're coming up on 6 minutes in. I'll give it another few seconds. It's okay, babe. It's okay. You don't seem too bothered by that one, actually. Oh no, now you're all upset and going, where are you going to go? There's nowhere to go. You've turned your ear inside out. Put your ear the right way out. Yeah, get kisses. Nom, 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 nom. Come here. Give a kiss. No? No? Okay, I'll give you one. There's a bit of reassurance from the girl. I know you don't like the bangs, darling, but come on, lay back down. Lay back down. There's nowhere to go. You're only going to run towards them. Come on. Okay, we'll give her a minute. I don't think you can see her there, can you? She has just like sat right up and would be visible if you had a bit more brightness. That doesn't really work, does it? My hand's on her head. Not really. What was I about to say? We're about to do the introduction. Where did we go wrong there? Somehow I ended up too bright. I don't know how that happened. The introductions. Okay, folks. Got you fucker. Maybe not. I swore I got you. Okay, you are watching Delta Mike Down and Out in Torrevieja. Delta Mike. That would be the eponymous subject upon which you currently gaze. Down and out. A homeless guy, a tramp, a hobo, an indigent person, a person of no fixed abode. Some might say a bum. I'm sure I've missed one there. Some might say a bum. Someone who lives rough, perhaps on the streets, or in my case, in a field. Currently in a tent in a field, fortunately. But it wasn't always the case. Sometimes I was just literally in the field. So that's Delta Mike Down and Out in Torrevieja. That's a city on the southeast coast of Spain, on the Costa Blanca south. As I said, I am homeless, indigent. I get no support from the British government, no support from the Spanish government or the Torrevieja local government. But enough of that. As it says in the pinned comment, no donations needed tonight, folks. This one's on me. There's me giving back. Anyone out there who wants to just come and watch, anybody who's feeling little and lost and lonely, or maybe a little bit down or depressed at Christmas, I'm here for you for what that's worth. Obviously, I'm kind of sort of little and lost and lonely. I've got my doggy. I got a few friends who will stop by and chat with us. And I had a visit today from my friend Anthony. And yesterday and today. He brought me a breakfast both days. Yesterday was a breakfast sandwich. Today was a paper plate breakfast. Kind of ruined my appetite for the afternoon. But here we go. Oh, bless Tina. Merry Christmas, mate, says Oscar. Dennis, message retractor. Would you go back to the UK with someone who could drive you and Tina back? It won't work. I won't get out of customs. I won't get past. I keep telling people there's a whole fucking line of ducks that have to be put in a row first. If you carry on with this shit, I'm going to block you. I'm sorry to get nasty, but it's not that fucking simple. If it was that simple, it would have been done by now. Fuck. I get arrested at the airport or whichever port. There's a whole process to go through, a whole line of ducks to, a whole lot of ducks to get in a line. I'm sorry, V, but you're timed out. Putting time out. 24 hours. Have a good Christmas. I don't need this shit. Jasper says, I think I got overflow of the bladder. Just as well I got some nappies. Well, message wasn't deleted. It was a timeout. Message just could have stayed, but I didn't know that was the way Google, YouTube worked. Elgo Londrima. That's a new name on me, but maybe you've been here a while. YouTube changed the way they display names a while ago, so thank you for the best wishes for the Merry Christmas, the Happy Christmas and Happy New Year. Lots of luck, yeah, and to you, to everybody, But I got a feeling I'm being double teamed by a couple of people who might all be the same person under the fucking surface. I banned someone earlier today for if anyone's been watching the last few weeks, there was a bloke who came along called Steve, who suddenly became, what was a girl's name? I can't remember what. But it got all aggressive in the comments, saying I should be beaten up by the Spanish police. So he's off to the shadow realm. V is just blocked for 24 hours. It's not, if it was a case of just jumping on a plane or jumping in a car and going, do you not think it would have been fucking done? Think I'm an idiot? Doesn't matter how many times I explain it. Go back to TrampCast 001, where I lay it all out. I'm trying to be nice here and have a Merry Christmas. Wish you all best wishes. Oh, it's jumped back already. It jumped back to Oscar. Okay, folks, let's see if we can cheer it up a bit, eh? Maybe. What do we want to talk about? I was just saying about how my friend Anthony came around today. So the last few days, I had some preparations that I still needed to get done ready for Christmas. The plan was I was going to have a Christmas meal, a Christmas lunch today and tomorrow. But I didn't get certain things done yesterday. Today I got up and I got on with things. I went to the supermarket. It's a hell of a trek up to the Mercadona nearby. So Tina's in a wheelchair, right? In a doggy wheelchair. Her front legs walk, her back legs don't. And there's always a bit of adjustment to get the back legs off the ground. And we set off and then somehow she'll wriggle and the back legs will be dragging on the ground. So I have to readjust. But it's uphill all the way there. Slight incline for the first kind of half a kilometre. Then it's kind of flat a little bit while we jig to the right. And then we're up a hill like that. And she can't really make it. So I'm pulling and occasionally pushing. And we get there, I'm sweating like a pig. Cold morning, but hard work pulling and pushing and manoeuvring her and getting her up the hill. And then of course I got to go around the supermarket a little bit, you know, potentially a little bit odorous. Certainly a little bit moist. And it's the second supermarket I've been in, and I managed to get parsnips, sprouts, fresh sprouts this time, not just frozen like the other years. So I got fresh parsnips, fresh sprouts, and I looked at turkeys. They had some like 4 kilogram turkeys for 35 euros. And I only had about 50. I only had about 50 on my my Tippy Tappy card. Although I had a little bit of cash in my pocket as well. But I wanted to stay under 50. I got ripped off in Mercadona. It's the second time in a month I've been ripped off in a shop. First at the Chino Bazaar here, and both times, well, it wasn't beer, but the last time at the Chino Bazaar was an unnamed item that just went through as a couple of euros. I can't remember how much. But this time, I bought one case of beer. One case of beer, and then my parsnips, my sprouts. I bought some wine as well. My idea was to sit and have a glass of wine with my Christmas dinner, glass of red. Even though turkey maybe should be white wine, but it's my preference. I'll drink what I want. Anyway, I bought these things. I bought all the things that I thought I needed. I bought a slice of bread and some milk and whatever else. You know, your normal type shop. But I got the Christmas stuff that I needed. I bought some turkey. They're kind of turkey chops. I don't know. They've got a bone coming through the middle. The word is chuleta, I think, something like that, which I don't know quite how to translate, but I'm going to go with chop. They're like a steak, but with a bone coming through the middle. I bought 4 or 5 of those, and just whatever else took my fancy while I was in there. And it came to 46 euros, something like that. When I get home and I look, I see that my beer's gone through twice, my one case of beer. That's annoying, and it's not like I can turn around and go back. What am I going to do? Saddle the dog up in her chariot, take 10 minutes to saddle her up, take half an hour to walk there. All that struggle, go in with the receipt and argue, no, there was only one beer. It's too late, I should have checked it. I'm annoyed with myself both times, up here at the shop, at the Chino Bazaar, and in the supermarket, for not checking the bloody receipt while I was still in the shop. But I had other priorities. My dog was tied up outside. You know, she barks once a second every second when she's away from me. So I had other priorities. So that was annoying. But I got everything. I got more. Oh, I bought some chicken stock. I've already got chicken gravy. So I figured a chicken gravy with chicken stock, with juices from the turkey, the fats or whatever juices run off. That'll be fine. That'll be fine for a gravy to go with what I have. I bought eggs to make Yorkshire pudding. I've got eggs, milk. I've already got flour. It'll be a bit experimental trying to make it in a frying pan. But I think if I can find some sort of lid, some sort of cover, get the oil hot enough to begin with, and put it in. Maybe a bit of baking powder in the flour. Wouldn't ordinarily, but the heat will activate the baking powder and it might rise better. I don't want to end up with just a pancake. But if you're putting enough mix in the bottom, it shouldn't be pancake-like anyway. Don't know, we'll have to see. But then the weather forecast says tomorrow's going to be rain all fucking day. And here's the other thing I didn't do yet, which I didn't take my gas bottle and change it. So my gas bottle could run out halfway through cooking everything. When you think what I've got to do, I've got to boil some potatoes, mush them up and then roast them. I've got to boil some carrots and some parsnips, probably in the same pan, but I'll separate them out when it comes to putting them on the plate and presenting them. Boil some sprouts. Again, do I put those in the same pan? Maybe, well, to cook. They should all take the same time. They're all quite solid, aren't they? Carrots, parsnips and sprouts are all relatively solid. So I cook them together but separate them for presentation. Yorkshire pudding and fry the turkey. It's going to fry rather than roast. I'll try and put it with a pan with another pan over the top. We'll have to see. But I didn't get my prep done, folks. I got my shopping done eventually, but it should have got done yesterday rather than today. Today I should have prepped some veg, and maybe even had a round one of a Christmas dinner. Didn't happen. Just wasn't in the mood. I just couldn't get going yesterday. What can I say? Making you hungry, Anthony. Yeah. Boil the tatties and fry them later. Yeah. You always parboil them first, anyway. Let me just scroll back to wherever I was when I lost the plot and got a bit angry. Spanish for the Swift, the title of a famous Mexican folk song. El Golondrina. Just swift as in anyone that's fast, or swift as in the bird? Majima, I don't know. Golondrina. It's a new one on me. And then Jasper's spouting a lot of chemical stuff that I don't. Meloxicam, metacam, toxicam, meloxidy, inflammatory for dogs. Why are you telling me that? Have I missed something from before? Let me scroll back and see. Maybe it's related to the overflow of the bladder. Oscar made a lovely trifle today, and then it jumped. Made a lovely trifle today, laced it with sherry. It's not a trifle if it doesn't have sherry in. You got to have the lady fingers in the bottom, the sponge fingers in the bottom. And what order are you going to go? I'm going to go, it's jelly, then custard, then cream, then some kind of bits, and then some kind of fruit on top, some orange segments, or maybe a cherry or two. That would be my guess at the order to go. We'd argue about whether it's cream and then custard, or custard then cream. But I would go. It's ladyfingers. It's a sponge infused with alcohol. Then it's the jelly, or Jello if you're American, and then it's custard, and then it's cream. Or it could be cream, or it could be creme fraiche, or one of those cheesy kind of spreads, like cheesecake kind of stuff. And then a bit of fruit and the bits. Far better than the rubbish in the shops, I bet. It's all natural ingredients. If I eat any more, I'll be well sozzled before Santa arrives. And that's the way to do it. Boil the tatties, then fry them later. I was going to prepare stuff today. I was going to cook the veg, and put them in Tupperware, and put them in the. I don't know whether I would have frozen them or whether I would have just chilled them in the fridge part. Now that I've got a kind of a camping fridge freezer, I had options. I just didn't execute. And tomorrow I might go to cook, and it might either rain on me or I might run out of gas first. I guess I got to get up and get that sorted. I don't even know 100% that the Repsol's open. From their website, it looks like it is. And from my memory of last year, it was. I just don't know. So there was Anthony saying I made him hungry. That's Anthony that brought me the breakfast earlier today. Swift as in the bird. Okay, mate. Gotcha. El Golondrina. I've got videos on this channel. I have a playlist called Nature, or Torrevieja Nature, or Nature in Torrevieja, something like that. If you check the description and go at the bottom, you'll find a list of about a dozen playlists. And I've got some birds swooping around, and they've got that shaped tail, that forked tail that swallows and swifts and house martins have. And I've got no idea what birds they were, but they would swoop. I mean, they were fantastic to watch. My camera at the time, my phone wasn't the greatest, so the footage is a little bit jagged. but they would swoop right. Some of them would come within a metre of my head, and it was just one year. Well, they're here every year, but this one year there was a mass, like flock. Is that the right word? A mass flock of them. In fact, for a month or so, I'd bump into them up in the park, and then down here, and they were, and it was if you saw two of them flying at each other, and then they'd stall, and then move around each other. They were phenomenal to watch. But I particularly liked it when they got it wrong and were about to crash into each other, and would literally stall the flight and then maneuver around. Phenomenal. When dog is lame or in pain, can't stand up, I used on my sheep for 2 years. This is the medications that you're talking about. Yeah, mine's lame, but there's no pain. Okay, meloxicam for horses. You were told okay for sheep and dogs. But didn't you say before it was toxic, or was that just a name that sounded like toxic? Yeah, no, someone else suggested that I give, what was the Joe Rogan horse paste one called during COVID? Someone suggested I try that. I'd give it a go on Tina. I'd give it a go, but soul mining is, I'm going to go with Steve. I've got a 50-50 on this. I think I'm getting better now, but it's very stinking medicine. Okay. I mean, the vet came that time and brought some meds, and we tried them for a month, and it got nowhere, and we went nowhere. I'm watching Tina's continued deterioration. Details I don't want to give. It's definitely degenerative, whatever it is. It's not whatever some people said it was to begin with. It's not a simple, like a vertebrae or a spinal problem. There's deterioration, like I've said all along. Ian Atherton, wishing you a great Christmas, mate. It's going to be a mad 2026, all thanks to AI and lost jobs, collapse in the financial system. Looking at the gold and silver markets, yeah, I got doubts about like it come the apocalypse. You mean? What are you going to do with your gold and silver? You're gonna go down the shop and buy milk, or find a farmer and trade your silver for. Now, if you're just thinking, oh, I'll invest because harsh times, gold and silver go up. Yeah, as long as you're not predicting the end of times, kind of, yeah. I've been looking at like survival gardening and animal rearing, things that you could do even within a house or an apartment. Things like rabbits or quail eggs. Quail are really quiet compared to chickens. You need 3 or 4 quail eggs to make one chicken egg, the equivalent of a chicken egg, but they are quite productive. So looking at stuff like that, and how to make a garden that will produce food kind of forever. Certain crops you can plant, like asparagus, that just produce for 20 or 30 years before you need to either replant or clone from your other crown. I think they're called crowns, aren't they? Where we going, babe? Hello. Hello. Can I get a tickle? Tickle on the chin. Come on, you're okay. You're okay, darling. I know there's noise out and about. It's actually surprisingly quiet so far, comparatively compared to other years. But yeah, no, it depends where you're going with your silver and gold. If it's an investment while the financial system collapses, or if it's end of the world, I have doubts about where you go. Pint of jelly on the trifle sponge fingers that have been soaked in sherry. Add fruit cocktail, yeah. A tin of fruit cocktail. Pint of custard. Are you making your own custard? You're not using a tin of Devon... What was that stuff called? Devonshire... Not Devonshire cream. Devonshire... I used to love that as a kid. Then you've got other options, haven't you? Your condensed milk and stuff. It is Steve for soul mining, yeah. And you see, I'm getting better at this. For people that have been around a while. Okay. I got movement in the field that sounds surprisingly close. Tina agrees. Could be someone on a scooter going past. But then they've stopped. Why would you stop? I'm going to assume I'm hearing things. I know I'm not. Then top with cocktail cherries. Okay. The end of this financial system, the reset, exactly. Create out commodities. Yeah, people... When people expect like a financial crash, they go to the commodities. Yeah. Also, though, some preppers will go to gold and silver for like the end of times, the end of the world as we know it. And you're thinking, who's going to accept your gold and silver? You're going to be trading for some chicken eggs or maybe a chicken, and all you've got is a block of silver. And who's gonna verify without an assay? Who's gonna tell you that gold is gold? So that's that I have doubts about, but yeah, like a global reset, investing in commodities. Yeah, could be. It's not a problem I have. Shit. I just told myself a joke I've never heard before. Okay, let me finish this beer. It's been sat here for a couple of hours, I think. The next one's here and waiting. And then I've got the 3 that the thing stood on. This is just in case. This is just in case I do end up going long and seeing in Christmas into the east coast of the US. It's unlikely, but stranger things have happened. Now, my bin over there is obscured to me. It's there, but I can't put stuff in it. Custard made with custard powder. Yeah, you could have just gone with either milk or cream and eggs and sugar. But then again, eggs nowadays, fuck, I got the shock of my life. That was today, buying the eggs, yeah. Jesus Christ. So 24 eggs here used to be a little bit over €2.50. They were like 10, 11 cents an egg. And I'll be fucked if they're not 30 cents an egg at the minute. Because of this bird flu malarkey. Partly because of this bird flu malarkey. Partly everyone along the supply chain, excuse me, is trying to expand their profit margins. So during hard times, everybody jumps in and tries to rip you off, basically. From the farmers, the wholesalers, the supermarkets, whatever chain, whatever supply chain there is there. Everybody decides to try and make extra money. I hear it, Tina. I hear it, darling. It's okay. That's a car coming down the road, don't worry. That's okay. Drinking a Paulana here. Paulana? No idea who or what that is. Bring to the boil, allow to cool before pouring on. Before pouring onto the jelly that's set already. Yeah, okay. We're getting a masterclass, folks, in trifle making. I once sat there at home at let's say 5 years old. I'll say 5. Might have been 6 or 7. And I found the lady fingers in the cupboard. And I opened them and I thought, I just have a nibble of one end of one. And pretty soon I'd eaten half of that one, and then I'd eaten the full one. And then we're on to the next. And there must have been like 6 or 7 in the pack. And by the time I got halfway through the pack, I thought, my mum's going to kill me. When she finds half a pack of these, I thought, you're far less likely to get caught if you finish them. Don't leave the pack laying around. Hide the pack. And they're just not there. She might just think that she's misremembering. I might not get in trouble. I was wrong. But yeah. Darren, let's go, champ. Merry Christmas, Mike. Hope you are all well. We're doing okay at the minute. We're well supplied for Christmas. Not as supplied as I should have been. I was supposed to do 3 shopping trips and only did 2. And I've still got the gas canister to replace. It's pretty cold here at the minute. We're going through a real... This is the coldest winter since I've been in Torrevieja, I think. Like, sustained. Multiple weeks that are down at kind of 7, 8, 9 degrees or below. Normally, I've said this, I think I've said this before. When I say normally, I'm talking about while I've been homeless, the last 3 or 4 winters. We've normally had 1 week around 4 or 5 or 6 degrees, 4, 5, 6 degrees. We've had like it's not even a full week, but 3 to 6 days, 1 week in February. And this year we've had multiple weeks of it, and we're only just in December. I mean, technically winter's only just beginning. And we've already had multiple weeks of this, and the rest of this week I think is 7, 8, 9 degrees at night. So it's been a bit cool. Last night, I will be honest with you folks, I don't know whether I can show you. I don't think I can. I moved the electric blanket across from storage. It's a faff. I had to roll half the blankets over one way, put this thing in, roll the blankets back the other way and stretch it across, and all this with the dog out of the way. Then I had to get the dog onto this side of the bed, put the blankets over, and then get in myself. It's all a real faff. But I did put the electric blanket on the bed, and then I brought the EcoFlow across. I only powered the electric blanket for half an hour. That was enough to get us warm. This was probably 1 o'clock in the morning. Just putting that on for, it probably wasn't even 1/4 of an hour, maybe 10 minutes. Was enough just to give us that extra little boost, and that carried us through the night. Once we were warm in bed, carry on being warm. It's when you start cold, like if you've got cold feet or something, you can never get fucking warm. But it was down around 7 or 8 degrees last night at its lowest. It's always a couple of degrees lower here in winter. It's always a couple of degrees lower here than the weather forecast says it is. But that's because we're this close to the sea and the cliff tops. Most of Torrevieja is kind of up on well, half of it is up on hills, and then the town centre's a little bit lower and more and cooler. But that first winter I was homeless, and I would be up on the top of the hills, and I'd see outside the pharmacy they've got the temperature measures. It flashes the clock and then the temperature, clock and temperature, then the open hours of the pharmacy, and it'd say 13 degrees. up on the top, and then I'd set off walking down the hill, and every 10 steps or so, you could just feel it cooler and cooler and cooler. And then I had a clock. I still have it somewhere. I got a clock, a digital clock with a thermometer built in. It reads the temperature, and whatever temperature it said on the thermometer on the weather forecast, it was always lower here in reality. Uh, Maybe 2 or 3 degrees lower than it said at the top of the hill inside the tent, and maybe another degree or two cooler outside. Sometimes, especially on those damper. Well, the cooler nights will be damper because you're nearer the dew point. But yeah, let me just scroll back. I've been missing things. Okay, there's the Paulina. I'm gonna have to look that up maybe. Or maybe there's a typo there and I'm not getting something. There was Darren. I hope you're all well. I think I went off on one answering that. Yeah, we're well. We're cool at night, and Tina's not enjoying the fireworks right now, but we're well. German Munchner Hellbier. Okay, a German beer. Jasper says comfrey is good for inflammation. Is that sounds like a herb or something? Comfrey. It's a plant, isn't it? Yeah. I wouldn't know where to obtain such a thing, and I don't know if Tina's problems are inflammation or anything. What do you think's better, cooler or hot weather? Oh, they're both equally bad in their own way. The cold, as long as it's within reason, the cold is more manageable. This summer we had Tina, quiet. It's just a scooter. This summer we had about 5 months of continuous crazy heat. About 4.5 months, the temperature never fell below 20 degrees even at night. What do they call them? Tropical nights? I think it's tropical nights. We had more tropical nights this summer than they've ever had on record. Crazy amount. And when they announced that it was way more than they've ever had before, they were still the best part of a month to go. So I don't know how that ended up. So heat is difficult to handle. Whereas cold, you can put blankets on, you can put extra layers on, you can wear your snood or scarf. You can cuddle your dog. You can plug in your electric blanket. If you're a lucky tramp like I appear to be. I have to be careful with my power management today, folks. Tomorrow is one of these rain all day and no sunshine kind of days, which is unfortunate for Christmas. But especially as I was supposed to be cooking outside. But I've got to be careful managing my power, and we're already down below 80, aren't we? I charging phones, and I ran the freezer for a couple of hours earlier. Yeah, we're on 78, which isn't bad. There's only a couple of watts going out. That's the lantern, the light behind the light that is lighting me up at the minute is the only thing draining power. That's because the phone is not plugged in. I should be careful of that. Oh, 83, that's no problem. So yeah, cooler is easier to handle. It's kind of, I don't know, in some ways it's less pleasant, but the continuous heat's not so bad, but continuous heat for days and weeks and months at a time. I'm gonna sit down, darling. Lay down. Come on, that's a good girl. There we go. You've taken the covers right off me. I'm getting cold. Can we agree to split the difference? Can you come this way a little bit more? Come this way if you... No? I just don't want to be... Maybe I'll have to roll my sleeves back down, folks. Getting a little bit cooler. Let's keep going. What have you got for Christmas dinner? I've got Christmas dinner for Christmas dinner. I've got potato, carrots, parsnips, sprouts. I have turkey. It's not a turkey, and it's not like a turkey crown or anything, but I've got turkey chops. I've got the means of making a gravy and potentially a Yorkshire pudding. But that all has to be cooked in 1 or 2 pans, maybe 3 at most, but with 1 burner at a time. It also has to be cooked, stood outside in the cold, possibly in the rain, and possibly with a gas bottle that's about to be empty. So I've kind of fucked up. I may end up, folks, having to have my Christmas dinner on Boxing Day, like a friend of mine is kind of sort of planning to do. I don't know if Anthony's still here. I don't know if he minds me saying. Him and his family and friends are going out for an Indian, I believe, tomorrow. I think it's all they could book. He only just arrived in the country, and their plan is to have a Christmas dinner on Boxing Day, or what is for him St. Stephen's Day, the Feast of Stephen. Good King Wenceslas last looked out on the Feast of Stephen. There's Michael. Hello, Michael, not Mike. How are you doing, mate? Hope you have a good Christmas. I hope you all have a good Christmas as well. All of you, each and every one of you. God bless each and every one of you. As who said that? Was it Scrooge, or was it the little boy that went for the goose? Or not Tom, Bob Scratchit. One of them said it. Charlie Dickens, really, wasn't it? Chuck Dickens. Cheers, folks. Got to keep an eye on the time as well, haven't we? I've got no idea. 23:21. Hold on. Somebody's done or said something. Oh, okay. I saw that. I think it's jumped back. Okay, yeah, it has. The Paulina again, the German beer. For most dogs, the best supported natural anti-inflammatory is omega-3 fish oil. Turmeric, curcumin, and a few herbs. Hold on. Aren't some of those curryish kind of things harmful for dogs? You have to be careful with some of those herbs and spices with dogs. I don't know which ones. I just know that if it sounds like it belongs in a curry, you probably want to be careful. I don't know whether anything Tina's got wrong with her is to do with inflammation. I see deterioration. To me, from the start, it has looked like the best comparison I've got is MS. Like when the tickle spot on the belly that you tickle, when that spread and you could just tickle her anywhere and her back legs would collapse just from tickling. She had a spot where you could tickle and one, a leg would do that, the back leg, and then it became you could tickle her anywhere and that would happen, and that's kind of faded over time, and her back legs just don't work so much. She can control them to lift the back legs when she needs a pee. Most of the time she can lift them. Not all the time, which leads to other issues. She's losing control of bowel. She doesn't get as much control of the when and where. It's a deterioration, folks. I don't see it as an inflammation. It's not just at the legs. It's not an arthritis or a rheumatism or similar. It's clearly, look, I watch House, okay? I'm almost a fucking qualified doctor. What are the diseases that they always start with and it never is? Lupus. It's never lupus. Oh, there's a few and I can never remember them. I'm almost a doctor, just not quite. They've got half a dozen that they always start whenever they're doing their diagnosis. They always start with and rule out quickly. There was Michael. Hashtag. Ah, Steve, your dad had his operation on his back earlier today. All went well, and he's now back at home. Hold on, he had operation on his back today, and he's already back at home. When you say operation on back, relieving pressure from the spine or something, it's not going to be like something with the bones. Fusing discs. Disc removed. Hold on. A few weeks, recover should be okay. He's had a disc removed. And home the same day. I'm not sure whether to say wow or whether to be kind of pissed off with the NHS or whether that's do you not sense that they're just rushing them in and out? Does anybody remember the 70s when you'd be in hospital? If you stepped through hospital doors, that was you. You're there for at least a week. Women had babies and were kept in for a fortnight. Hip operations, you were going to be laid up for at least a week. Now they get you up and on your feet the same day and fuck you off home the next morning. I'm not sure if that's improved treatment or cost cutting. I don't know, mate. I don't know. Hope everything works out. Obviously, hope recovery goes well. You got to watch out for infections and things, swelling around wounds, all that. But you'll have been told all that anyway. Presumably, he's got a district nurse or someone coming out to change dressings every day or so, day or two at the most. But then again, they probably cut back on all that now, and he probably has to go to them. How old is she now? Is it with age? The Tina thing, it's difficult to say. She's about 9.5, but this started about 18 months ago, and I don't think you would ordinarily expect such things. I know that certain dogs, Alsatians, German Shepherds, have a thing with back legs, and some other breeds. I don't think Tina's one of the breeds that would be or should be like routinely affected by, I can't remember what the name is of the thing that they get. That was a suspicion for a while. But somebody who had a dog that had that gave me some tablets that they said worked wonders on theirs, and it didn't work on Tina. Then we had this vet come out that pinched all down the spine, and Tina yelped at one point, particularly when she went underneath. And then when she went over, and when I wasn't looking, Tina yelped again. I can't rule out the possibility the woman didn't just pinch the dog, make her yelp. Tell me here's some painkillers. If she's not better in a month, we'll have to put her under. Ching ching. I don't know. I can't. I don't like to be. I don't like to malicious gossip, but in all the times that I've picked Tina up, putting her in her chariot, in her wheelchair today, and well, any time I pick her up, it's a very physical process. Picking the back end up and putting it in and sitting it on the padding and putting the legs in the stirrups. It's very, very physical. You're picking up 35 kilograms of wriggling dog. She doesn't like getting in it. She's not that keen on getting out of it. Loves it while she's in it. But they're getting in and getting out. And because the doggy wheelchair wasn't built for her or measured for her, it was given free and we took what we got. It's not entirely right. It's a little bit unstable. It can tip backwards on her sometimes. So when she's in it, I have to be there. And that means that when we park up and I go into the supermarket, I don't just leave her in it. I have to take her. So there's twice as much manhandling in and out, in and out. Never, ever has she winced or yelped. I have to get her into the tent. I sling a belt under her belly and have to pick her up so that she can step over the threshold. When we walk first thing in the morning, her peas and poos, it's not worth putting her in the chariot. It takes 5 to 10 minutes to get her into that thing. So for just a quick walkies, belt slung under her waist and I'm carrying the back end. Not once has she ever yelped in pain. Physically getting her up and onto the bed from on the floor. 2 mattresses, one on top of another, on top of a thing that's about 4 inches off the ground. She can't just pull herself up with her front paws anymore. She can get her front paws up and begin and pull, but I have to grab her by the collar and then get a hand under her belly and bring her on. Similarly getting her off. All that physical manhandling, never once, ever, has she expressed any pain. The vet comes, picks her up, runs her hand under the belly, and the dog yelps. Now, does the vet know what she's doing? Probably more so than me. But then she runs her hand down the back, and as I'm distracted with something, similarly the dog yelps. I've tried under and over. I cannot press anywhere on her spine and make her yelp with pain. Not without physically pinching. So I have my doubts. But I don't know. Is she old enough for it to be an age-related thing? Possibly if she was the right breed of dog. She's a mixture, so that's a difficult thing to tell. To me, she looks quite Labrador-esque. But then I see something in her ears that looks a little bit Doberman, which would be a slight... Now, she does have a bit of an aggression thing. She's 50-50 aggression. But she's got this weird one ear up, one ear down thing. I don't know, guys. I don't know. The operation's pretty standard technology. Science has moved on. It has. Science has moved on. Treatments have moved on. Medications have moved on. I just can't help feeling that someone in for an operation on a spine and out again the same day. Who am I? I don't know. I'm just a guy who watched House on TV, aren't I? They refused to give him strong painkillers. Well, in the aftermath of after anaesthetics and things. This would be general, I assume, on a spine. They're not going to be. I wouldn't have thought they were doing that on a local. But yeah, some painkillers after anaesthetics are to be avoided. But morphine liquid in case it flares up. If it doesn't flare up, it's party time in your house. Tina's a warrior. She kind of is, yeah. She's battled on. I said to my friend Ismo about 3 months before last Christmas, she might not even make it to Christmas. Last Christmas. And she's still here now, and we're battling between us. I think if I wasn't there to carry the back end, if she was just trying to get around the ground, she'd be laying in her own mess. Things would go bad pretty quickly. If this was nature, she'd be done. Well, she wouldn't be catching any food for a start, would she, if it was nature? But no, we're a team, and I'm here for her as long as I can be and as much as I can be, unless or until I start to see signs of pain, and then we have to reanalyze. It's so far. See, if you were here, I've had people come out of the blue and just, it's a disgrace. You should have had that dog put down months ago. Um, People on the internet like to jump in and talk out of their ass without knowing all the facts. I'm sure that most of them mean well, but sometimes it's just fucking annoying. If you were here for the stream where I said I'm fucking annoyed and then I drank a bottle of brandy while being annoyed. I didn't drink it all, but I cracked open a bottle of brandy. I got really, really angry. And I vented for at least the first hour and a half of the stream. Cheers, folks. That'll be 11:30 my time, yeah. Yeah, 23:35. We've got 25 minutes. Can anybody do us a countdown and make sure I don't miss it? You know how I am for prattling on. Let's see if I can do one. It's not something. See, I don't really live by a clock, so alarm clocks and things are not. They're not a common thing around these parts. Let's see if I can go 23. That's not. Let's go 50. What? 57, 56. I go 55. I'll be aware of it at that point. What's the snooze? The snooze is set to 5 minutes. Can I set it to less? I cannot. No. Well, that wouldn't be any good, would it? I'll do save anyway. Check the days. Eh? How did I get that wrong? Hold on. Oh! I changed it to tomorrow rather than... Oh, idiot. This side of midnight. Today. What an idiot. I set it to Thursday and then 23:55. What a dick. Stupid error. And that's a strong combo. He walked out of the hospital, no problems. It is impressive, isn't it? Spinal surgery, removing a disc. Do you want Carol Vorderman to do the countdown? Carol Vorderman, there's an issue. When she was young, like if you remember when Countdown first started, she was like this understated babe, wasn't she? She was this maths nerd, but it was all understated. Now she's in the leather. Now she's in the and she's got the boobs pumped up, and it's all pumped up and pushed up and. But yeah, we could do with a countdown. If we could have Richard Whiteley, the original countdown host. Is that the best word? That would be good. I think Tina's asleep. Have you noticed actually how quiet the fireworks have been the last little while? Previous years they've gone off pretty solidly from 8 at night until 4 in the morning. Now we're due to have rain start at about somewhere between 2 and 3, I think. So that might stop it going on too long. I have to look back to... Is that only 2 years ago when I killed a rat inside the tent? 4 o'clock Christmas morning. Somebody have a look back. Maybe I'll have a look back. Just give us a second, folks. I'm just off on a slight diversion. I'm gonna go into YouTube, and I'm gonna have to. What am I gonna do? Start at the beginning and scroll forward, or start your channel videos, isn't it? Your channel videos. Which way around are we gonna go? 2 years ago. It's probably best to start at the oldest and work forward. Channel would have only been a year and a half or so. Our YouTube just shows everything as years ago, 2 years ago. How do I get an exact date on one? You go in. That's not what I clicked on. What did you do that for? No! The YouTube app crashed. No. I'm not going to get there, am I? Not in any kind of reasonable time frame. Videos. No, not just your videos. No. View channel videos. Then oldest. It's going to take too long. I'm going to bin this off. Can I tell from the pictures what time of year they were? Those must have been fairly summer-ish. No, this is just going to take... We will leave it as an exercise for the reader to find the video where I killed a rat on Christmas morning. I didn't. My mouse traps did. What's that? Oh, that was Tina wrecking the tent. Which tent, though? There's the hopo, the bird. Looks like a great woodpecker, but it's a ground-based bird mainly. One turned up in Britain a year ago or something, I think. Here's a picture of a mouse trap, but no mice or rats yet. Everything just says 2 years ago, folks. Oh, here we go. There it is. Okay. Torrevieja hobo, sorry ratus, not a Merry Christmas for you. Yeah. Inside my fucking tent. That was a tent where the walls came down and stopped, and anything could just come under anywhere. The bedroom had a separate, what would you call it, like a separate container, a separate bag like this. But things could still come under the side of the tent and rustle along outside the bedroom. And if they could come under there, they could come and step into the bedroom over the door, over the threshold or skirt, whatever you want to call that bit of fabric at the bottom that you step over to get in through a door. It's the back end of the year. Richard Whiteley it was. Twice Nightly Whiteley from... Do you know that Countdown wasn't originally a Channel 4 programme? It was Yorkshire TV. You know, Top Chat and then back to live chat. Oh, I've only just realised I was never on live chat to begin with. I probably missed some comments. Nothing so far that I can see. Well, where are we, folks? Where are we? Oh, I sat here the other day listening to a bird that sounded like a bloody modem. I had to sit and listen for ages to work out whether it was some kind of electric device or a bird. I wouldn't know what I was looking at or for. I'm not like some kind of bird spotter. This is why the bird that I saw with that forked tail. No idea whether it's a swallow, swift, house martin, or just some other bird with a similar tail. I don't even know if there are other birds with a similar tail. You'd have to check my videos to see if you can identify. Nobody's ever told me what it was I was looking at. What's going on there? Oh, there's something missing there. That's probably fallen off the end of the bed. My bed runs along and then drops off because this mattress is on top of another mattress, but they're not properly aligned. So the edge of the top mattress just drop off, and things gradually just move that way and then drop off the bed. I've lost three, count them, three AA batteries of my rechargeable ones that I use here. I had two sets laying around. I took one set out, like, oh, I'll charge them tomorrow, but for now I'll put this other set in, and they've gone. And I don't know whether they've rolled this way, rolled that way, fallen off that. Not obvious. You know, you have a 15-minute search and they haven't turned up. What do you do? There's always the chance that, like, in the middle of the night, I've picked them up and just put them somewhere else for safety. That's usually how things get lost around here. Me putting them somewhere for safety. I just thought something else is missing here actually now. Oh no, I just found it. I've already lost one of these in the bedroom. These 12-volt to USB adapter things, whatever you want to call it. One of those lost, and I'm fairly sure that was lost in the bedroom. The stuff that gets lost in my bed, folks. The stuff that gets lost in my... Maybe in a lapwing. Google it. It's a beautiful coloured bird. We've got a lot of coloured birds here. We've got whole swarms. That's not going to be the right word. Flocks again, maybe. Of green parrots. Are they parrots? Are they parakeets? I don't know. Could be fucking budgerigars for all I know. We had a couple of are they lovebirds? No, they're not. We had cockatiels. We had two cockatiels when I was a kid. Well, teenager. They weren't mine, but they were in the house alongside us. I did love those birds, though. I'm told one of them laid an egg one day, which was weird because we thought they were both guys. So yeah, when you've had these birds for, I don't know, 4 or 5 years, and you've got names for them that are both male, which I don't. One was Joey, obviously. I don't remember what the other one was. One was the yellow one, and one was the green one with the orange spots. No, did they both have orange spots on the face? Anyway, one was predominantly yellow, one was predominantly green. But yeah, one day one of the lads laid an egg. What do you do? No, we've never seen the murmurations of starlings. No. With what from Soho? Are we getting? Am I missing a rude joke here? Was they from Soho? I need clarification on the question. I have very little knowledge of Soho, except I went to see a client there one day. Who was it? Oh, that was a day I had 2 interviews down in London, two meetings about pitching for work, and the one in Soho we didn't get. Got the other one. Don't remember the name of the company, but they were very officious. Big London companies wanting the earth and wanting to pay small town prices. I quickly got the sense we weren't going to get the job. When you walk in to pitch for a job, and in the first 30 or 40 seconds, you just know it's not happening. But you have to sit there for an hour or an hour and a half going through the machinations, going through the process. Farmer, I thought you'd be over watching Clive. Isn't Clive doing his thing? Fufu Lamar. Fufu. Okay, okay. It's a late. It's like okay. The boy laid an egg. Okay, yeah, I'm with you. It's a trans kind of. Yeah, okay. I needed the bloke birds. Yeah. I needed context. I got there and then looked back and saw your explanations. Yeah, okay. Merry Christmas, Fabrizio, and happy, prosperous, and healthy New Year to you as well, my friend. Over there in whatever part of Canada you're in. I'm going to say Ontario, but I could be just pulling that out of my backside. I never know. Me and geography. And have Fama's going to go through and welcome everybody. He's the one that's just arriving, but he's going to welcome everyone who ever arrived. Usually even including me. Got there in the end, mate. Yeah. I'm a bit slow on the uptake sometimes because I'm jumping around between different comments, and it's the what do they call it? It's like the task switching, isn't it? It's the I'm gonna. This is the licorice thing from was it last week or certainly the weekend? I think I bought it on the Friday did I go shopping on Friday? It's Thursday or Friday. Just finishing off the last drops of it. I may well, between Christmas and New Year, I may well treat myself to another one of those. If any of you followed my recommendation for the caramel vodka that Karen brought me, and that I recommended to people, if you follow my alcohol recommendations, this stuff, this licorice, not licorice, is it? It's aniseed. I keep saying licorice, it's aniseed. It's aniseed liqueur, and that's all it's called. Anise liqueur. It is absolutely so Moorish. That's another one of my shopping woes. 2 supermarkets, nothing remotely resembling Bailey's. No actual Baileys and no imposter Baileys, no knockoff Baileys. Aldi and Mercadona. No Baileys. Now, as I mentioned the other week, and I bought a bottle of whiskey, again, I think last week, ready for Christmas. I got whiskey, milk, cream, chocolate powder, and instant coffee. But I did read up, someone said that the alcohol can curdle the milk or the cream. The thicker it is, the less likely it is to curdle, and the colder it is. So if you chill the whiskey and the cream, you're kind of 80 or 90% of the way there without it curdling. I think on balance I'd prefer to just buy it and not have the risk. Now if it does curdle, you can just sift it or sieve it. You sift, the verb is to sift, isn't it, by running through, the object is a sieve and you sift through a sieve. But you can remove the lumps if it does curdle. You won't fully solve the problem, but you can improve the texture somewhat by running it through a sieve. It'd be easier not to faff though, wouldn't it? Here comes Farmer encouraging people to hit that like button. I believe that the top what, oh look at that. You remember I set an alarm so that I didn't miss the 12 o'clock. Hey babe, no, you're okay. No, I know you don't like that, do you? I know. Are you going to come and say hello to the peoples again? Come on, let's just show Tina. Where was I? I was mid-conversation there on something, but I will just stop just to... Oh, I'll do two things. Just bear with me. It's not a teddy bear, but it's... There we go. Oh, that took a little while to kick in. I'm on 76% on the EcoFlow. I just turned the Christmas tree. It is still on the chair and leaning over a little bit. I did stand it up straight, but it has just fallen back a little bit. I haven't got anywhere else to put it. If you look over there, if I put the light on, do I want to put that? So you see that white thing dangling down at the far end? That's a clothes kind of hanger thing. See the black box bottom left? That's my fridge freezer. It stood on two polystyrene, so basically the top and bottom polystyrene things that were in the box when it arrived. It stood on top of those, but I keep breaking the polystyrene at the right hand end as we're looking at it. So there's a slope. I was wanting to put the Christmas tree on top of the fridge freezer there, but that didn't happen. Look at all the bags of shopping that are just on the floor because there's overspill, there's overflow. All the Christmas shopping that doesn't fit in the fridge freezer or in any of the other baskets or drawers. The veg rack isn't even a veg rack anymore, is it? It's got more jars and tins and sauces. I have so many. Do you see the HP sauce? Houses of Parliament sauce, folks. Brown sauce. Proper English brown sauce. But I've got everything on there. I've got ranch and mayo and I think the only thing I haven't got is salad cream. But I've got sweet chili blah blahs and I've got all these ones I don't even know what to do with. But over there, look, it's a Christmas tree. I'll try and straighten it up for you a little bit. And down here, even with fireworks going off, there's a Tina girl. Hey baby, you're okay. Daddy's here. Nothing's gonna hurt you while you've got your daddy. Okay? We're all okay. Tina's okay. Daddy's okay. We're all okay. She's shaking under the covers. You're okay, babe. Do you want to go? Are you going underground? Yeah? No? I'll let her decide whether to stick her nose out or whether to pull back and actually go under. Usually she wants to go under when there's the fireworks. But there's my pretty Christmas tree, folks. I don't know how to make it a little bit straighter for you. It is slumped on my chair. And so is everything else. Everything else that doesn't have anywhere to go ends up on the chair. What can you say? You try living within 6 meters by 3 meters and you know, And as you gather resources, as you gather things that you think you might need one day, and that's turned out useful the other day when my friend Joby, when his tent got attacked and ripped to shreds, and people pissed all over his bedding, I was able to provide him with one of my backup tents, with one of my backup sleeping bags, and one of those foam mats, those bedroll things that you lay on, like a thick yoga mat. I was able to look after a friend and help a guy out, giving back, paying it forward, as it were. It's farmer inviting you, welcoming me to my own stream. Throw a thumbs in, don't forget, folks, says Steve. Don't pull anything out your backside, Mike. Push it out. I don't mind getting a sniffy finger. I'm scrolling. There's Oscar saying Merry Christmas to Fabrizio. Have you any Amazon lockers nearby? No, not Amazon lockers. The last time I checked this, the nearest Amazon lockers were a good 2.5 kilometers away. I've got lockers, but not Amazon ones. I've got the ones from It Post or It Post or IT Post. I don't know how you pronounce it. Hey babe, hey babe. Oh, that'll be midnight. Did I just miss it? No, here we go. It says midnight on my clock. Merry Christmas, folks. At least Spanish time. Merry Christmas, Spanish time. I'm going to stay with you and see in Merry Christmas British and Irish time for any of you that are of that persuasion. The Yanks and Canucks, I'm not sure I'll be able to manage that. I think last year I gave it a good stab, but I don't think I made it. And even then, it would only be Eastern time, wouldn't it? It'd only be the East Coast, folks. I'll stay with you as long as you stay with me, probably, unless I do like I did the other night, fall asleep. Not exactly midstream. It was the end of the stream, or at least after I woke back up, it was. But yeah, you know. Yes, Farmer. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year to everyone, everybody, everywhere. Kind of his catchphrase, the everyone, everybody, everywhere. What do you have for Christmas Eve? Nice midnight mass. Did you set the clock? I set a reminder, and then I set a reminder for 5 to the hour, and then it turned it off, and then forgot about it. So I got a surprise when there was still lots of fireworks. Tina seems to have slept through it, or at least retired under the bed and not panicked too much. She's not breathing too heavy or shaking too heavy. No. You're right there, baby girl. Well, this could carry on for some time now, the fireworks. Spain, the Spanish are crazy for the fireworks. Football matches, pro celebrity international beach tiddlywinks, I don't know. The leaning tower of an optical light Christmas tree, yeah, fibre optic Christmas tree. You know, someone gave me some chocolate today, and a nice Spanish couple popped by and handed me this little brown bag with just a big bar of chocolate. It's a big bar of chocolate. I think it's Oreo flavoured Milka, maybe. I was going to have a few pieces of that at midnight, but I've neglected to bring it over. Probably wouldn't have been best for talking through anyway. Talking with your mouth full, my mum taught me not to do. Did you do Tweeties? Not quite yet, but shush. Don't tell Josie. No, Tweeties didn't align. Um, keeps being dark or rainy or in some other way inconvenient. I think it was a really, I don't think it rained. I think it was a really dull, overcast day, and I had to be here to manage um, solar panel and EcoFlow and fridge box and what have you. When the EcoFlow gets to 100%, if it gets to, well, if it gets near 100%, I'll turn that on and run the fridge on full power or run the freezer on full power for an hour or two. But I have to be here to monitor. I can't leave that going once shade, if the sun goes in, or if the panel gets shade as the sun goes around. I can't leave the freezer running. It'll run down the EcoFlow too much. I'll end up having to try and get through the night on 40% on the EcoFlow or something. It's okay, babe. You were asleep. You missed most of it. Thankfully, you missed most. You managed to relax and go sheepish. It's very cute. I know. I know. You need me to keep just doing that and stroking. You're okay, babe. Come on, lay back down. Lay down. You're okay. Hey, no, don't go upsetting the whole bed. No, we've got to stay warm in here. We've got to keep the warm inside the bed. It's going to get cold tonight. It's already cold tonight. It's going to get colder. I do have more condiments. I do. Oh man, you should see my bag of spices. Fuck. Used to be walking around the bins. Every now and again you'd come across a bag, a shopping bag, and someone's thrown out all their spices. I can't guess at how or why. Maybe they just feel they've had them too long and that they've lost their edge. Maybe they're leaving the country and you're not going to be taking cayenne pepper and cinnamon on a plane. I don't know. But like it's not even every now and then. It was so often you wouldn't believe, and the amounts you would get. I've got 1.5 shopping bags of spices over there. Probably 6 lots of cinnamon. 6 jars, you know, the spice jars. 6 jars of cinnamon. Whenever I remember, I'll buy either a ginger or a garlic, but I can never find them when I need them. So I've probably got multiple of those. The ones that I'm missing, I want to see. I usually between Christmas and New Year, I'll do mulled wine. But usually I need a flask for that to store it after I've made a pan full. Now, I do have a couple of smaller flasks here and a big glass for drinking, so maybe. But you want your mixture of your Tina, that's enough. I know you're frightened, darling. But you can't be wrecking the fucking bed. Come on. This is the bed. This is where we stay warm and cuddle. Yeah? You can't be running over there with all the covers. That's not going to work for me. It's okay. I know you're shaking a bit. It's okay, babe. I'm not angry with you. I just don't want you dismantling the bed. Dog. Where was I? Yeah, my whole bag of all the spices. Except I could never find pepper. I've now got 2 bags of salt. I do have a jar, not a jar. What do you call them? A pepper mill. These things. You can always buy these things. They're glass. They're solid as hell. You're paying way over the odds for it because you're buying the pepper mill. Can you just buy the fucking peppercorns for a refill? No. Not in bloody Mercadona you can't, anyway. Sometimes you just want the peppercorns. You've already got the... But how do you open it and get them in? There's the next question. That I don't think it's designed. It's glass, but I don't think it's designed to be refilled. And they certainly aren't lining up to sell you the refills. So what do? Pay over the odds and buy another fucking pepper mill next time. It's a con. Somebody's at it somewhere. Not sure I got much in the way of paprika. And my only cayenne pepper is the big, what do you call them, kernels? Or are they peppercorns as well? And they're shit hot. If you cut one of those into bits and put it in a pan, it's almost too hot, too spicy to eat. So obviously I'll put 2 or 3 in. Make it blow your socks off. Tina girl, Tina. What do we have to do, darling? We have to cuddle you all the time. You just need a cuddle. Come on, darling. I got you. You know your daddy. Hey, I got you. Come on. You're okay. You're okay. Daddy's okay. You're okay. It'll quieten down a little bit in a while. But it's going to carry on all night. Come on, get under the... Where's the blanket? This is my edge. Where's your corner? How have you pulled it away? Keep under the cover, darling. Keep under the cover. And at least let me stay warm, even if you're going to be a dickhead and pull away and get cold. At least let me keep warm. Bugger. Okay, folks, where am I? More condiments in a restaurant. I do. Merry Christmas. Yeah. Merry presents for future Christmas, Mike and Tina. Not 100% sure that there'll be a future Christmas for herself, but yeah. They couldn't have a little spice. And is that a picture of ginger? That looks like ginger. I'd have to attack it with a spoon to tell. Get Oxo pepper mill. It's white with long handle on top for black pepper. Is it available in Spain? Whoa. It's okay, babe. It's okay. Oh, you weren't shaking at that one. You were doing okay. Did I upset the apple cart? Let me do this. Hey, let me put my leg over you for a cuddle. Leg cuddle. No. Hey. No. Stay here. You're not going off down the other end of the bed. You'll only try and run out of the door, and then where you're going to run? Hey? Wherever you run, you're just running towards the bloody fireworks, you silly girl. Stay here. You're safe with Daddy. It's okay. Nothing can hurt you when you're with your daddy. I promise. Nothing's ever hurt you while you've been with me. Huh? But all those other doggies you've hurt. It's not that many, but it is more than one. Okay. Here we go, folks. I don't know how well you can hear the fireworks. Under other circumstances, I would go outside and show them to you. But her ladyship needs my attention more than you need to view a few fireworks. If I had something like OBS set up, I could have put the tablet outside, and I could be switching between views. Or even if not OBS, maybe this other thing. The one that Scruff put me onto that I haven't started testing yet. Have I got it on this one? I don't know if I put it on this machine. It's on there. It's on there. Prism. Yeah, there we go. Prism Live. Lots of triangles on the... Whoa. Lots of triangles on the icon. Icon's not the right word. That'll do. Triangles inside each other. It's supposed to be quite good for running from mobile, doing these things. I've yet to investigate and learn. I've got some learning to do. No, you've gone quiet on me, guys. You've gone quiet on me. We've hit 17 likes. 20 is often the target that we strive for as an intermediate target that we strive for. Merry Christmas, though, folks. Now that we are there, in Spain at least. Like I said, I'll stay with you for Spain and Central Europe. Who else is here? We got any other Europeans? I don't think so. It's mainly Brits, isn't it? Just scrolling back to see who's chatting. I think mainly Brits. Oh, no, Jasper's elsewhere, isn't he? I mean, he's a Brit, but he's in... Oh, I did ask him the other day and he told me. Maybe Germany? Not sure, mate, sorry. If you're still there, you could remind me, Jasper. Our Norwegian friend hasn't turned up tonight, has he? Thomas Tombstone. Tom B. Stone. Tombstone. Are you out there and lurking, Tom, or are you not? Are you not there? Maybe you've got a real life and you're out doing something real. That's always the thing with these, like Christmas Eve, Boxing Day, and New Year's Eve. People who have real lives can often be out there doing real life things. And a lot of my regulars will be off now watching Big Clive. Which channel is he going to be on? I think he's going to be on bigclive.com, where dot is spelt D-O-T. Bigclive.com on his YouTube channel with Ralph, his brother. I don't normally clash against these guys, but you know, they do their thing Christmas Eve, I do mine. We can't always avoid stepping on each other's toes, and he's much bigger. I'm quite sure that him and his 1 million subscribers won't notice the 10 of you that are here watching me. And even then, most of you aren't from over there, probably. That's the last of my aniseed liqueur. Purchased last either Thursday or Friday. I don't think it was opened until the weekend. I can't even remember. I'd have to look back at the tapes. Hey, babe. Oh, is that leg cuddle nice or not? I seem to be tangled in the blankets a bit. Oh, I can't leave that Christmas tree on forever, folks, I'm afraid. Christmas tree going off. Oh, that didn't go too bad. Wasn't I on 76 when I turned it on? I'm 73 now. But a day with no sunlight tomorrow, perhaps. No solar. Got to manage the power a little bit carefully. Questions, comments. Can I send a bottle of booze to, I guess that's to you, for the new year to the local locker? In theory, I got no idea whether it's financially viable. Details of the lockers are in the description. It's you got to look them up from It Post, however that's done. Maybe you go to the It Post website, or maybe you can do it through their lockers. Uh, so you find one of their lockers or one of their distribution centres, and take it in or put it in. Do this thing. Use my email address, Delta Mike Torrevieja at gmail.com, and pick the destination locker to be one of these ones here. Avenida Alfredo Nobel, I think 92. Details are in the description. Nobody's ever sent me anything yet, so I can't confirm how it works or whether it works. Oh, I don't know whether that was a burp or a hiccup. Potentially both. But could you send a bottle of booze? Perhaps, but like I said, I don't know the I don't know what the charges are. I don't know the reliability. You certainly give it a go, or do the PayPal thing and I can buy it this end. I mean, whichever works. Depends what you got in mind. If it's a bottle of your grandma's rhubarb wine that you've been holding on to for 20 years and there's no other place I can get it, then send it. If you're thinking a bottle of Plonk from round the corner, then maybe the money just is the more efficient way. I'm not sure. You be the judge. But like it says at the top here, no donations tonight, folks. This one's on me. This is me giving back to you guys. Maybe I don't know whether I can say that I'm providing any kind of entertainment, but I'm trying to find trying to provide a bit of camaraderie, especially if there's anybody out there that's feeling a little bit down, despondent, a little bit alone. In particular, if you just got nowhere else to be tonight, and you don't want to just put on the TV or watch more random YouTube stuff. I guess I'm about as random as it goes, though. You'll let me know it'll be in the new year. Okay, mate. Hold on, did I miss one? I'll have to look. You have used It Post before, okay. Yeah, it's just about picking. It's about picking a locker that's the right size at your end and a locker the right size at this. Setting the destination somehow and providing my either. I think it's either phone number. You can go with either phone number or email address, such that they can contact me and tell me where to go and give me the barcode thing, the QR code, so that I can unlock the box at this end. From what I saw when I looked at their prices, it was remarkably cheap for like international carriage of goods. And it wasn't based on weight, it was based on which size box you need. As far as I could tell, it's not, like I said, never done it, didn't know anything about them until the boxes appeared. People had talked previously about the boxes that Amazon use, and those are the other side of town. Well, not quite the other side of town. You got to go up and over. There's a big hill here. You got to go up and over the big hill, down the other side. Halfway down the other side is where Tweeties is. You got to keep going down there. At the bottom of the hill on the left, you've got a Lidl, and around the corner past Lidl are these boxes, apparently. The ones that Amazon will use. So yeah. But for years, people have been asking me, is there a mail address we can use? How can we send you stuff? Can you get a mailbox? They're not cheap. Americans are used to mailboxes, PO boxes being a fairly cheap service. In Europe, not so much. It's not something you can easily do. But these things, these different size and shaped boxes, They seem like a reasonable service. My friend Karen had never heard of them, and I told her about them, and then she looked outside of one of the hairdressers that she works from, and there's a whole set of boxes been there all along, and she's just never noticed. Either that, or they just appeared like as if by magic, as Mr. Ben would say. Oh, that's not real. That's not a real yawn. I think you're great entertainment and very interesting. Great shows. I look forward to them. I think what's the word? I don't know. You endeavour to flatter too much. It's a little bit. It's a little bit the opposite of. I think you doth protest too much. A little bit the opposite of that. But if you give me a topic to prattle on about, guys, I can prattle on about almost anything. Vitruvium, Ryan, hello, mate. I sent you an email before. I don't think you've replied. Andy, hello again. Merry Crimbles, DM and chat crew. Yeah, we're all here. And Tina, of course. She's under the covers hiding from the fireworks. Fireworks, there's a topic. Is Marco Polo real? Did he really bring fireworks back from China? If he did he bring the idea of noodles back from China, and the Italians just made them with a different kind of flour, and that's your pasta? So instead of egg noodles, you get pasta, which is just egg and flour, isn't it? Maybe a bit of salt, maybe not. But is Marco Polo real? And who was the supposed... It wasn't Genghis... Was it Kublai Khan? Kublai Khan? Grandson, great-grandson of Genghis Khan, maybe? That he met on the way over or on the way back? He brought ice cream. This is why Italy's three things. The noodles idea, which became pasta, ice cream, noodles, gunpowder. Those are the three things that Marco Polo supposedly brought back from his travels. I was going to say travails, but travels around the Far East, the Orient. But so what I'm looking for, people who do history. I was going to say something deaf like histographers, but that's just silly. Historians, there you go. Fuck, there's a word. Historians are divided. Most seem to think that he is an agglomeration, a combination of different almost myths or legends, different travelers and folklore. What do you guys think? Marco Polo, real or not? If he was real, he almost certainly wasn't the swashbuckling kind of guy that you get in all of the TV programs. He's going to have been a merchant. Possibly with a slight science bent. He's going to be more intelligent than most if he's able to communicate with people in other lands and at the top end. If he's mixing with upper echelons of society, then he's not going to be your ragtag sailor or soldier or whatever. Don't know. But that's why Italy, ice cream, pasta, and fireworks. Allegedly. I mean, ice cream was genius. You can argue about whether we would have eventually got kind of fireworks and gunpowder. See, the Chinese The Chinese used gunpowder for fireworks. We got hold of it and cannons. Let's not mess about. Things go bang, things go boom, things move. Cannons. Italian pasta's not noodles. Well, it kind of it's a very similar recipe, but just with hold on, which kind of flour do they use? Semolina. There's another word for semolina flour. Not garum. No. But the Chinese use rice flour, obviously. The idea of taking flour and something to stick it together with. I can't remember. There's definitely g in the saltpeter. Saltpeter, one of the three main ingredients of gunpowder. Saltpeter. It's sulfur. Is it saltpeter and potassium, or is that saltpeter? That's sulfur carbon. It's sulfur carbon and saltpeter, also known as potassium nitrate, potash, which you get basically from burning wood, certain kinds of wood, or you can extract it from urine, which people started to do in London at the end of the, well, in the middle of the, is it the 18th or 19th century? There are certain chemicals in urine, and so when people started handing over the contents of their bedpans, their guzundas, their what other words have we got, folks? The piss pot. Let's tell it how it is. People used to collect the contents of piss pots to refine and extract certain chemicals. And I got a feeling that was one of them. Carbon, sulfur, potassium nitrate, also known as potash, also known as saltpeter. I think that's right. Someone would have to fact check me. Farmer thinks that Marco Polo was real because of Italian pasta not being the same as Eastern noodles. Have you read Carl Sagan? I think in Cosmos. Just started it recently. Have I read it? I've certainly downloaded. I've listened to the audiobook and watched the film, the Jodie Foster film. But I've also listened to the audiobook. I haven't read, I won't claim. I've certainly got the text. I don't think I've read it. It'll be a PDF or an ebook of some description. It's a very clever, very intricate story with a lot of themes about, well, yeah, I mean, you've got the whole religion and terrorism and all of that stuff, but it's cosmic. And at the end of it, where she's researching pi. Oh, if you've watched the film, you've probably watched the film. You always have to wonder why pi is embedded within all these different scientific things when there's not actually a circle involved. Why is pi so embedded into things when a lot of these things don't have circles involved? It's a real mystery. I want to know who this salty Peter was and what he said that's so salty. Durham wheat. You see, I told you it had a G. I told you it was G. Durham wheat. That's right. Semolina flour. Yeah. I don't know why we've got two different words for the same thing. That's always confusing. Durham becomes G. Why did it become G in my mind? There was a set of bins outside a school on the hill that I just walked up today. And that was on a Friday. That was one of my regular stopping points. There would be so any what's the word I'm looking for? Professional cookery. Um, yeah, any bags of certain things that they've opened, certain pastas and lentils and occasionally chickpeas, but not frequently. If they've got a bag of something that they've opened and they haven't used the entire bag by Friday lunchtime, then the cooks or cleaners would put those out on Friday night between 9 and somewhere between 9 and 11. You had to drop lucky to get there at the right time, but you could pick up like a month's supply of lentils or certain pastas. Um, yeah, occasionally, like I said, occasionally chickpeas and sometimes other things. That was a really productive set of bins for me. That's where I got my first big coat, a big survival jacket. Literally, it's got a stamp on it that says, got a patch on it, survival jacket. And it was big and bulky and warm. Zip was bust, but all of the press studs all worked all the way down. When I was sleeping outside, I slept in that. I'd have my short sleeve t-shirt, long sleeve t-shirt, thin jumper, thick jumper, hoodie, and then this big coat, baseball cap, and then the hood of the hoodie pulled up over, and I'd get into bed under 3 or 4 thick blankets, and my first tarp, when I got my first small tarp, 3 meters by 2 meters, and the dog inside, I had to force her in. She didn't automatically want to get into bed with me. That's something she's kind of learned over time. But we'd get in and lay outside looking up at the stars. And every now and again, when we had bad weather, there'd be just enough loose plastic on the tarp to pull up over our heads to make a tent. Well, a pseudo tent to get under and stay dry. Mainly dry. The tarp leaked. My picnic blankets that were underneath all had certain leaks. But when we got up the next morning, I'd shake the tarp off, put it out in the sun. I'd take the 2 picnic blankets off with me, put them over the back of the chairs on the cliff tops, 500 meters that way, half a kilometer. About 1,000 yards, is it? Half a kilometer? 500, hold on, 500 meters. It's going to be 1,500 feet. Work the rest out, I have no idea. Divide by 3. No. Oh yeah, meters and yards. Well, there's no real difference, is there? Meters and yards. If you know what half a kilometer is, you know what you know what 500 yards is. I don't know, I confuse myself with the conversion sometimes. What a brain box Eratosthenes had upstairs. No idea, mate. The Greeks, Eratosthenes. Don't know that one. I'd have to look him up. I might have heard of some of his sayings or findings or whatever. Chamber pot. Chambers are bedrooms, so a chamber pot was the piss pot that went in the bedroom. Pasta is actually good for you because the wheat is slowly digested as long as you don't have a 2-pound plate of pasta resitting. They reckon it's even more slowly digested if you heat it, allow it to cool fully, and then reheat. There's a word for something to do with the carbohydrates when you do that. A lot of these online doctors that are into reducing insulin spikes and glucose spikes after you eat. A lot of these guys that end up pushing keto and the other more extreme versions of that diet, like the lion diet, and there's another word, isn't there? Keto is low carbohydrates, but there's a word for when you only eat carnivore diet. That's what I'm looking for. Carnivore diet, or the last that branded it the lion diet. Um, Peterson, the Peterson girl, Jordan Peterson's daughter, very pretty. Michaela Peterson. There you go. If I can give myself a clue along the way, I don't know the answer, but if I can give myself enough clues, I can get there. Peterson, Jordan Peterson, daughter, very pretty. Michaela. That's how it works, folks. Now, most people's fire off a lot quicker. I have to do it in stages and more slowly. Sol Eratus. I think you had a P in it before, didn't you? Eratosthenes or something. What's the New Year celebrations like over there, Mike? Yeah, firework. And they don't usually wait while 12. I'm amazed this year at Christmas. It's so quiet. I've got videos in previous years where it started at like 8 or 9 o'clock, and well, I don't think the video runs all that time, but where it runs solid from 10 or 11 until 3 or 4 in the morning, and that's just Christmas. New Year was worse, yeah. And we'd have people driving up and down the road, pipping horns. Woohoo! Yeah, holiday! Woo! I mean, they're doing it in Spanish, but I got the odd firework display in the distance. You won't be able to hear that. I can only just, that's a whisper. I can only just hear that. It's quiet. The fireworks are quiet. The road's quiet. The people around here are quiet. Wait until they start coming up and down the road drunk on their scooters when they're coming home from the pubs, clubs, whatever. We got new laws coming in apparently in Spain any minute. I think on the 6th of January, Anthony was telling me about the scooters and about cars and bikes and everything. These electric scooters that you stand up on, they've been a big thing here. Technically, they've been illegal all along, but the police basically told the government there's so many people on them. There's not we can't be pulling them over and taking their details and giving them fines and potentially arresting them. It's just too many. They're everywhere. There was an attempt to tie them in with driving licenses, and you were supposed to take your scooter to the police station, have it engraved with a registration number, not one that's visible from afar, but if you get stopped, they would turn it over and look at the number. Was kind of the idea. Kind of never happened. Just too many people about all the time. So the police said we haven't got the manpower to be pulling all those over. But then they've been trying to codify rules over the past 2 or 3 years. So there's new rules coming in about that. I'm not sure what they all are. The last ones I read said that it's okay to use the scooters within a town, but not between towns. So you can use it to get from A to B here, but you can't go on to the next town over on your scooter. allegedly. And whether the driving license and insurance and other things are still stuck, but they will start if people have, you see two people on them, or you see two scooters driving alongside, and you'll have three people each with one leg on each scooter. All that kind of shenanigans, they're going to tighten all that up, definitely. Um, but how the rest all works out, I'm not sure. We'll see. But yeah, any minute now, 2, 3, 4 in the morning when the drunks start coming home. Tomorrow morning would be a great day to go out looking for floor pizza if I was still that kind of homeless. If someone they're on their way home from town, they've stopped off after a nightclub or whatever, and they've bought a pizza. They've eaten a quarter of it or a third of it, and now they're full, and they just throw the whole pizza box. It lands on the floor. You go for a walk at 6 or 7 in the morning, pick up the pizza box. It's only been on the floor an hour, hour and a half. If you're that kind of hungry, it'll do. I used to pull them out of the tops of bins. Loads of power. The wheels are getting bigger on them, though, aren't they? I find people used to struggle to come down this road on them, and the latest generation of them have no. Even though this road has deteriorated a lot over the last couple of years, with the water, when we get these almost floods and there are streams running down the road, the roads are deteriorated. But we've got multiple people up and down here multiple times a day on them. But yet the batteries can have runaway thermal runaway. But nowadays they're more. I guess most of them are going to be switching to light. How are you going to say it? Life Po 4, um, lithium iron phosphate. I guess is going to be where the battery tech goes. Here's Karen. Merry Christmas, Karen. I got my brandy over here ready, but I haven't opened it yet. I was just finishing off the. I keep wanting to say licorice. The aniseed one that I bought the other week. They'll have to legalize to control them. Yeah. It jumped. It jumped. I had an image of a guy with the old-time pitch torch. Prod a guy to keep doing his workout. Soul from. Fuck, you've lost me there. Let me go. There's like more context further back. A fireworkathon. Okay, that's okay. Prodding a guy to make him keep doing work or workout. Okay, that's. Farmer has quite an abstract mind at times. He's almost up there with Rennie Magritte. Magritte or Magritte? How do you pronounce it? This is not a pipe. You know that picture? I remember the word that I'm looking for in a minute for that kind of art. It's very abstract, but I'm looking for a better word than abstract. I'm not going to get it, am I? I'm not going to get it. So his picture wasn't of a pipe. His picture was of a picture of a pipe. And then he wrote underneath, this is not a pipe. Although I don't know whether he wrote it in English or Belgian. I think Belgium. René Magritte. The name sounds either French or Belgian, doesn't it? I'm going to go Belgian, I don't know why. Memory. What's the word I'm looking for, guys, for that kind of really, really abstract art? Karen's having a cause. Okay. Objective, that's not the word. Oh, do I have to type it in? What have I done with the... Where's the tablet gone? What did I do with it? Oh, there it is. Ready Magritte, come on. Whoa. I'm going to kick myself for not getting the word, but that's the way my mind is nowadays, I'm afraid. Back in the day, René Magritte, Belgian artist, I got the Belgian right. Surreal, fuck, surrealist. There you go. Surreal. Known for his depictions of familiar objects in unfamiliar, unexpected contexts, which often provoked questions about the natures and boundaries of... And then it just says Wikipedia because it wants me to click a link. Surreal. I couldn't remember the word surreal. That's. You beat me to it. Maybe I don't know. Maybe you did. Where was that? That's how Fama's mind works sometimes. He'll take something that you say and he'll take it off on a fucking tangent that you can't even work out. You have to step back 3 messages and try and work out how he got from A to B. Steve Soul Mining says he beat me to it. I'll have to let the rest of the audience be the judge of whether he did or not. Or I'll watch the replay at some point. But yeah, very surreal. Oh, I know an itchy nose. Yeah. It's not quite my first beer, is it? I was finishing one off when we got here. But the two-fisted drinking needs to continue, and that one's empty. So we might have to crack open the brandy, or the brandy equivalent. But what we have to do is we have to ask ourselves, oh, you see, I've lost the word again. I was going to say indoctrinate, and that's just not the right word. Whether we have to doctor it with cola, I guess. Doctor's not the word I was looking for, but it'll do. But we don't. We have a tradition. I have a tradition. The first one off from any new drink, has to be pure. 3, 4, 5, 6. Is this a fast pour or a slow? I'll call that 8. Looks about right. So it's not a 6, but it's not a 12. I'll go with 8. It's not a huge measure, I don't think. It's not like when you watch TV and they'll take a glass like this and they'll fill it like that. But I'll have a sip. So this is a brandy equivalent. Doesn't actually taste that strong. Is that because I've just had that that aniseed stuff, or have I? Yeah, nice there or thereabouts. It's the strength it should be. It's what it should be. Back up. I wonder why. It just tasted too smooth. It didn't have a... The normal brand, it's the backhoe or whatever it's called that you get it. I think my taste buds have been knocked by the aniseed flavour. It'll take me a little while just for the taste buds to readjust and stabilise, maybe. Eight degrees in Torrevieja. I'm gonna get cooler. 3-Eye Atlas is finally here. Yeah, but is it aliens? That's what we need to know. Have you all been following 3-Eye Atlas? I wonder if I should add some cola to it just to stabilise my taste buds and then have a straight one after. I'm guessing the aniseed is so strong that my taste buds are just not, they're not registering something so mellow, so smooth. Vecchia Romagna brandy. Vecchia looks like it means old, like Torrevieja. Vecchia. Old Roman brandy. Romanian brandy. Don't know what the Romagna. Hold on. Pax Romana? No? What's that? I'm pulling words out of nowhere now that might mean something or might not. Should try Sambuca, but it's sweet, good in coffee as well. There's lots of things that we should try, but you know, tramp in a field, what are you going to do? And I can only buy what's in the shop that I can get to. I've only just extended my range back to being able to go to Mercadona. And it was a trauma, guys, it was a trauma. A journey, okay, so for me, a shopping trip, to Mercadona used to be half an hour. 10 minutes there, 10 minutes around the shop, and 10 minutes back. It took me over an hour today. Took me over an hour. Getting Tina into her chariot, getting her off this road where it's really difficult for her to walk in her chariot. The road's really churned up. Getting her there, especially up that bloody hill where I was having to pull her by her collar, basically pulling her by her neck. Then getting her out of her chariot and tied up and secured. Me going in and doing the shopping in a shop that I'm now unfamiliar with. Putting her back in her chariot. Coming home was almost a dream. Downhill all the way. She loved it. There was no danger of falling over back. When she's going up a hill, there's a danger of her tipping over backwards with the chariot. Coming downhill all the way. No problem whatsoever. I didn't have to steer her. I didn't have to guide her. I wasn't pulling her. She was just walking either slightly behind me or alongside me, depending on circumstances. She did great going around people. When you've got ignorant people, there's me and a dog in a chariot on the footpath. And you got people trying to make me walk wide around them when Tina's on my right-hand side. It's like, where do they think they're going to go? So I had to be a bit ignorant, hold my line and force them to go wide. I got a car parked right outside. What the fuck? Or is it because they crunched? Did they bottom out on the road? They might be checking for oil leaks. I hope it's not a courting couple or some guy bringing his prosy for a shag. is the kind of stuff, guys. When you get a car, just stop. Tina, it's okay. Tina, it's okay. Do you think I should start the Christmas tree up again just to let them know that we're here? I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna get the lights flashing. Sometimes people stop and don't even realise that we're here, and then we've got the heavy breathing and the moaning and groaning. Christmas tree lights back on just gives an air of we are here kind of thing. There's a window right behind. Oh, there's a window right to the right as we're looking at it, to the right of that tree. Only partially unobscured because of the tarpaulins coming down from the outside. But why has someone parked a car here and started banging doors? Don't know, folks. But they were parked very close. They're either alongside us or just after us. So I don't know. How are the prices for the quality of Spain versus UK, Karen? There's a question for Karen. She travels between the countries more than me, so I've got no idea what the UK's like now. I can tell that the price of eggs was fucking expensive. 30 cents a fucking egg. I think it was more. Tina girl, you're okay. Tina's okay. You're okay, babe. Tina's okay. You're trying to get your head out of the covers. Okay, come on now. Okay. Tina's okay. I'm going to turn those off now. Anyone who needed to know we were here now knows we're here. Down to 71%. What do you think, guys? Why is it's a single track road? And there's a car here, 2/3 of the way down the road. It stopped, people got out. Either two people got out or one got out and one got back in. But they're still here. Is that you or have I got footsteps outside? I think that's Tina. Don't know. I don't like it. I don't like it. I'm just gonna go don't check live chat just in case. Lance, Karen's possibly not. She's possibly in and out. So is your question about what? Is it about booze? Is it about food and stuff in general? Generally, I find them fairly comparable from what I can tell from reading online. I don't think one country is massively cheaper than the other in general. Alcohol's cheaper out here than it is in the UK. That's governments and taxes. In the UK, it's all duty. Is it tax or is it duty? I don't really understand it. I worked for Customs and Excise, as they then were. I don't understand the difference between a duty and a tax. I don't find an actual distinction. Both are the government putting up the price of something that other people are selling, and the government pocketing the excess, pocketing what they put the price up by. Do I need to? That was a warning telling me that the phone is down on charge, or not as high as I maybe would like. But all my cables are twisted and tangled. Oh, hand in front of the camera again, folks. Forgive me again. There we go. That's better. So yeah, I don't find much of a difference in price. Fruit and veg seems the same here. Alcohol, though, alcohol's dirt cheap, or was. Got a little bit of a shock today when I went to Mercadona and I bought a 12-pack of beer. The other day I paid three. What did I pay? I think I paid $3.60 for a 12-pack. It was near a $3.90 in Mercadona. And I paid it in the old days. You would go in one shop and then go out and go down and go in another shop. They kind of don't let you do that now. You can't walk into a second shop with bags full from the other shop. I got a clicking noise behind me, but I think it's Tina. So because I was in one shop already, I decided to just do that. One day I might have a go at going up there with the shop. I've got the old lady shopping cart, the shopping bag on wheels. It's about 2 or 3 times the size of a normal shopping bag. But I got to do it. I got a dog on wheels, and then I'll have a trolley on wheels. It could all be. It could all be rather awkward. But I guess I got to try it sooner or later. Maximize the amount of shopping I can bring back and minimize the number of shopping trips required. But yeah, that doesn't answer your question about prices. Karen is here. Oh, alcohol definitely cheaper, yeah. When you can buy a litre of spirits for, what is it, 10? A normal bottle of spirits for 6 and a litre for 10. And sometimes cheaper. And it says Clive has called it a night. That's an early finish by his standards, isn't it? Midnight their time. What time did they start? 9. Did it start 9 o'clock their time? I think so. Andy was hopping between the. Okay, nothing wrong with that. I know that people were going to be, Clive and his million followers are going to outnumber me. You know what I mean? Their audience is going to outnumber mine by orders of magnitude. Karen says she thinks meat prices are the same now. Yeah, I get that idea. Oh, I missed it. Look at that. I see I should have set an alarm. Merry Christmas to everyone in the UK and Ireland, I guess. Yeah, guys. Sorry I missed. I'm 7 minutes late, I think. I was waiting out for it, and I was probably rabbiting on about nothing. Missed it, but yeah. Merry Christmas to everyone in the UK and both of the Irelands, the North and the Republic. Karen's not a good shopper, she says. If she needs it, it goes in the basket. If she doesn't really look at the prices. Oh, you see, she's not a good shopper because she sends a footman to go and get it. She doesn't really mix with the hoi polloi herself. Hey, baby. You okay? You're turning the other way on me again, aren't you? Going down the other end of the bed. Stay here with Daddy. Stay here. When you get really frightened, who's going to cuddle you at the other end of the bed? There's nobody down there, is there? And you might try and run out of the door and there's nowhere to go. Well, not run, but drag yourself. It's okay. Daddy's here. Tina's okay still. Look, all this time and nothing's hurt you. Tina's okay. Daddy's okay. Just a few fireworks in the distance. For now. Okay, folks. Yeah, I missed Christmas. I missed UK Christmas transition. Can we call it that? Can we still say transition? I don't know. Shh. Don't start on politics. Okay. Now I'm getting a bit more of the tan. A bit more of the burn. A chicken for £8 to £10. My God. The rotisserie ones here, the ready cooked ones, are cheaper than that. I don't know what's in the juices that they're cooked in, or that's in the bottom of the plastic bag afterwards. So Moorish. So Moorish. I almost considered getting one of those as my Christmas meat, my Christmas protein. But I stuck with turkey, even though I only went with chops rather than. I should check this. Chuleta. I'm gonna go with chop, but there might be another word. Let's do this. Do I just ask Google, or do I bring up an actual translation app? Chuleta. Cutlet. Okay. Is there a difference between a cutlet and a chop? Now I've got to go. No, don't give me the answer in fucking Spanish. You know I'm not Spanish. In fact, how did I... Chuleta in English. But I'm still going to have to go off and ask the difference between a cutlet and a chop. Oh, okay. That's interesting. The Google Translate's kicked in as part of the just the normal Google results. When I type chuleta in English, they've gone with chop, whereas initially they went with cutlet. I still got to ask the question, haven't I? Difference between chop and cutlet. Not psych. That was a different question the other day. Psychopath and sociopath. Doesn't matter how many times I read that answer, it doesn't stick. I don't see the actual difference. Difference. Chop versus cutlet. So you got all these words that surround you your whole life, and you never actually look up what they mean. A chop is typically a thicker, bone-in slice of meat. A cutlet is generally thinner, often boneless, but not necessarily. Sometimes pounded from a chop out of the cut. What do you mean by pounded from a chop out of the cut? Ideal for quick frying. So a cutlet, I'm going to read as being a choplet. It's a smaller, thinner chop. Ideal for quick frying, often breaded like schnitzel. So thin frying, boneless, maybe. Thickness, bone presence, and preparation. Terminology overlaps. Yeah. Now, you know, folks, if you didn't already, some of you probably did. Farmer's a bit of a foodie, so he probably had the difference. I always find it interesting when you've lived with words all your life and you've kind of either assumed a meaning from context, or maybe you never even found a meaning but the word's just there. And then suddenly you look it up. It's even more interesting when it turns out the word doesn't mean what you think it means. And I used to have a list of these words that everyone thinks mean one thing and they don't. They mean something different. Classics: bombastic or bombast. The original meaning: using big words where small words would do. But somehow that bravado and that showmanship and that forcefulness, I guess, has come to mean bombast. But that's not what bombastic's supposed to mean. Another one. What do you call the son that ran away? They slaughtered the calf for the prodigal son. Everybody thinks the prodigal son, he's the one, oh my God, we're so glad to see him back. The prodigal son has returned. No. Prodigal means bad with money. So there was a good son who was looking after the farm and was conducting business right, and there was a son who was shit at running the farm. Maybe a bit lazy, didn't run things right, went to market and sold things too cheap, paid too much for the things that he bought. He was bad with money. Prodigal isn't, my God, he's welcome back, we're so looking forward to having him here that let's have a feast. Bad with money. What's another one? Ostensibly. I only got this just before I moved out to Spain. I thought ostensibly meant something was like 99% done. If a job is ostensibly done, it's done all bar that last little bit. Like give me tonight, I'll have it finished. It's ostensibly finished. No. It just means on the face of it. So if you've been writing a book and it's ostensibly done, and you've written the first chapter and maybe a couple of pages at the end of the book of the last chapter, and someone flicks through and thinks it's done. Didn't Trump do this with a book of laws at some point in his first term? Ostensibly means on the face of it. It doesn't mean it's 99.99% done. It means you're fooling, almost. It doesn't quite mean you're conning someone or fooling them, but it means that they might have fooled themselves. They maybe have been fooled by appearing to be done. Whole list of words that don't mean what you think they mean. Here we go. You guys are still talking about chickens, or haven't moved on from chickens. My concern with Spanish chickens is that the juices from the raw drip onto the nearly cooked. Where have you seen that at? Have you watched them actually being like rotisseried or something? Or are you talking about like in a supermarket when you pick up the rotisserie chicken? I have noticed that the rotisserie chicken tends to be on the bottom shelf of the fridge in the supermarket, and you've got other cuts that are raw above them, but it's in a plastic bag in the van, so I haven't seen them. Karen said, yeah, okay, the difference between cutlet and chop is no bone. What's the difference between a chop and a steak? Isn't that no bone? I don't. Then I got to ask, what's the difference between a cutlet and a steak? Is it just thickness? All of these questions that suddenly emerge once you ask one question. I've always been fascinated by that. Once you do ask that one question and you get an answer, and then there are 5 or 6 more questions. What's the song? There are more questions than answers, and that's why. Every time you get an answer, you get 5 more questions. Almost every time. Yeah, your rotisserie chickens in the van. Pollo asado. I don't even, you see, here we go again. I'm sure I've looked up asado before. Whether it means roast or rotisserie or some other. Asado. No, that's an F. Again, asado in English. Roast, technically. Roast. But spit roast and whatever other word I used a minute ago. Rotisserie. Rotisserie and spit roast. Is there a difference? Is there a difference? We're off, folks, we're off. That's not how you spell rotisserie. Rotisserie. Okay. No, not near me. Let's have it. How's it spelled? Double S E R I E V S. Spit. Can you spit roast? Spit roast. Probably the direction of the prongs, whether you're going up and down or left to right. Who knows? Let's see. Virtually no difference. Refer to the same method where food, usually meat, is skewered on a long rod, a spit, rotated slowly over or near a heat source. Spit roasting emphasizes the historical fire-based method with charcoal stroke wood, while rotisserie often implies modern electric or gas, or grills with motorized spits. Okay. I'm learning. If you're learning, give us a thumbs up. If you're not learning and you're thinking, what is this pile of tosh, give it a thumbs down. I don't care. Thumbs ups and thumbs downs all count with Google. There's no, they don't have a preference for one or the other. They're all interactions. So now you know. Cutlet is normally from the leg. A steak is from a different part of the animal. You see, I'm living and learning. I'm living my best life, folks. Even as a tramp, I'm learning. So I've been watching all these chef videos where they're dealing with chunks of meat like this that have all got these names. But none of the names of these bits of meat like this register to me because they're not the names of the little bits I'm buying. I'm buying legs or wings or you know, or a steak or a chop or a cutlet. These are names I recognise. You start talking about I can't even think of a name now. You start talking about skirt or prime rib. I don't know what the fuck that is. I don't know what part of the animal that I mean, rib sounds like it's chest, but I don't fucking know. Is there much meat on the chest? The people I'm watching are typically Americans. They won't eat lungs or any. They won't eat offal. So any meat in this cut has to be the actual meat. Basically muscle and connective tissue, which they usually cut away anyway, the silver skin and what have you. So I don't know. I keep watching these things. Oh, you want this, you want that, you want sirloin or what? I don't know where in the animal sirloin is. Steak is from a less used muscle. Okay, yeah, because they generally want them to be quite fatty. If they can make them be, so you've got this Wagyu and then a number. Is it Wagyu 5? I don't know. You see the steak and it's got lots and lots of fat in it. So that animal's just been like overfed but underworked. So those muscles have never done anything and they've just been infused with lots of fat, which is good for texture and flavour apparently. But only if you know how to cook it right. And not just know how to cook it, but you've got to be able to execute, knowing how it should be done, and then having different circumstances and not being able to do it wouldn't work. Um, yeah. Home economics. Oh, back in the day when they taught home economics. I have told the tale of how I wanted to do home economics when I moved from Barnsley to Morecambe, and the deputy head poo-pooed it. He basically said, it's all girls and one fairy. You don't want to do home economics. He didn't actually say fairy. He just strongly implied it. He said, oof, no, that's all girls. Well, there is this one boy, and he just laid it on thick. I got to know the lad later. There was nothing fairy about him. Think about it. He got to hang about with all the girls all the time. Probably should have done that myself. Don't know. That probably wouldn't have worked with the state of my face at the time. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-mm. Tina's okay. You're okay, babe. Tina's okay. Daddy's okay. Nobody's hurt. We're all okay. It's all good. Todo bien. Cálmate, amigo mío. Cálmate. It's okay. I know. I know. So what I'm looking at, it makes her dribble, makes her frothing at the mouth wouldn't be the right description. That sounds too much like rabies. But hey, hey, it's okay. Where are we? Time-wise now. 1:30 Spanish time. Coming up for 1:30. Listen to those. Those are not small fireworks. That's people that have been out for the night, got home and thought, oh, those fireworks that we got, let's set those off. 1:30 in the morning. Karen has said, look at this. I told you, what did I tell you guys about the fucking footman? She's been carried around in the sedan chair by a couple of footmen out for Wagyu beef burgers. Very nice. Not cheap, I would imagine, from what I can see from when I see these people. Now, that depends probably on the number after the Wagyu. There's probably a Wagyu 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then you've got these places that will dry brine them for like 3 days beforehand, and yeah, all the other preparation. It take like 5 days to cook you a burger. It's growing on me. My taste buds are coming back to recognise the normal taste of the brandy. Okay. Someone give me a clue. How far are we away from America and Canada having Christmas? Am I 6 hours off or 5? Oh, I can never remember this stuff. This is why I create little clips of videos that I can just drop in on other videos. I think there's a 6 hour difference between me and. Okay, here we go. So we had one Canuckin and now we got a Yank. Here we go. No offense, Frank. Don't be. Oh, is he? Oh, okay. He wasn't here. Hold on. Give us a second, guys. I gotta do. I thought he was here in chat, and he's not. He's elsewhere. Give me a second. I'm just gonna say. I did just see Rose arrive. Hello, Rose. Let me just. just live right now. No, that's not his phone. That's an extra V. No. A quick message just went twice as long because a couple of typos. Whoa. Okay. Okay. Sorry about that, folks. Finding Rose. There she is. Hello, handsome. It's Christmas soon. It's Christmas already. Even where you are. Yeah, no, it's been Christmas here an hour and a half. You've been there for an hour. For a half hour. Are you at work? Are you working tonight, Rose? You're around the nurses' station, chasing the doctors, chasing the young doctors. That's my guess. Oh, you're at home. Then you've got no excuse for being nearly 3 hours late. What are you playing at? What have you been watching on telly for the last 3 hours? I hope it was worth it. It's midnight. It's midnight. Surely. Oh, there's Frank. There's Frank. Just Merry Christmas, Frank. I know it's not an easy one for you, mate, but keep with us. We're here for you if you need us. I'm hoping you've got, I'm going to say friends around you. I don't know what you, well, I think you've hinted at family situations, but I don't want to go there too much in public. But guys, if you remember, Frank's wife died not too long ago, a few months ago. So Christmas on his own. So wish him the best. Have a Merry Christmas to Frank, and whatever friends and family you have around you, mate, to you and yours. And I know you'll be missing your good lady, and I don't know if there's anything else I can add other than that, mate. Don't want to be dragging your personal situation out in public all the time, but Christmas is a difficult time for people who've had loss. It's a difficult time for people stuck in a field, but yeah, there's different scales, and yours is way off the charts compared to mine, my friend. Cat sitting for a neighbour. Oh, that's always fun. The cat knows you already. You're not having to adjust and get used to each other for the first time. When you already know each other, it's fine. First time around can be a bit more difficult. They can be a bit more scratchy. Glad we're all here, mate. Yeah, we're here for you. And I'm going to be live, probably boxing. Oh, if I say Boxing Day, you might not know when that is. The 26th, the evening, my evening, your afternoon of the 26th. Feast of Stephen in Ireland, Boxing Day in Britain, and many other English-speaking countries, but I don't think America. When else? And then I'll do a New Year's Eve as well. I may throw in a few others in between at different times of day, because people have been asking me to do something through the day, change the times around a bit. A lot of people keep asking me if the TrampCast proper is going to come back. I have no doubt it will. I just don't have the impetus to do it yet. So we'll see. I was hoping to do like a sunrise on a few of these days, but my sleep pattern's been all wonky. At the most horrendous broken up sleep last night. It's like I'd wake up to start a video. I'd wake up and I always want a little bit of background noise nowadays. Since I've been a tramp and there's things happening around me now, I need a distraction. But I'd put a video on, fall asleep, wake up some few minutes after it finished and put it on again. But after the second or third go, you kind of give up on it. New video. And yeah, that's quite. I haven't. Went for a nice walk last night in the snow. It was quite warm, -1. You're a fucker. Quite warm, -1. That is quite warm. My friend Ismo was just telling me earlier about, I think, -30. Let me just check. I don't want to misquote the lad. Let's have a look. My friend Ismo. -22. I don't want to overstate it. Wasn't -30 after all. It was only -22. Yeah. Those are not temperatures that you want to get locked outside in. Oh, excuse me, folks. I was just saying I didn't sleep well last night, and I didn't get a nap today. My friend Anthony came round and brought me a late breakfast, and I thought afterwards that the full stomach, I thought I'd get a nap. My idea was I'd get a nap and then I'd go across and change my gas bottle. I didn't get the nap, and I didn't have the impetus to go and change my gas bottle. See, if ever I do get around to cooking a Christmas dinner, there's a fair chance that the flame's going to go off mid-go. Unless I just get up tomorrow and take the gas bottle as it is. And, yeah. I got a trolley, but my, what are they called? Bungee cords. My bungee cords are all bust. Now, getting there wouldn't be a problem. I'd better just pick up the empty gas bottle. But bringing it back, I need to sit on the trolley and stay on the trolley. And this road's been gouged out by the storms. And we've got pitch, which is pitch and which is yaw. I know we're not actually flying, but the different tilts, the gas bottle could well go flying without actual bungee cords. My friend Job is going to bring me some. He bought I think he said like a 6 or 7 pack of different sizes and only cost €3. But of course he didn't buy them up here at the Chino Bazaar that I live by, where all 7 would have broken within the first 24 hours, probably. So I can't just go and do that, but he'll probably bring me some by one day soon. Because I did help him out quite a little bit by giving him a tent, a sleeping bag, and a sleeping mat. I know he won't be watching this, but if you are, Joby, Merry Christmas, mate, down in Cabo Roig. Somebody tell me, do you pronounce the G in Cabo Roig? Cabo is Cape, like a promontory, a bit of land sticking out, I guess. But I'm not sure what Roig is or works out as, and I don't even know. Maybe it's Roy, Cabo Roy. Maybe the G is silent. Maybe it's a Roy, or it might just be a G, Roig. I don't know. Sweetheart of a cat. She's 14 years. That's getting on a bit though, isn't it? My neighbour had a cat that was about that. Oh, here we go. Hold on. Rose. Been in bed all week. I hope you're not flirting with me. You've had the horrible flu that's doing the rounds here in the UK. Is it the same there? I've heard nothing about it, but I haven't exactly looked. And when you live alone in a field, you don't catch anything that's going around usually. Um, when you only talk to one person a week, it's difficult to catch any of the lurgy that goes around. This is why I've never had COVID. I haven't had a cold or a flu. Oh gosh, have I? I've had. Yes, you remember a few weeks ago. I thought I had a bit beginning of a cold, didn't I? I had a bit of bunged upness and a bit of sneezing one night, and then it went away. And the next night, it kind of sort of came back a little bit, then went away. Then I had a cough for well, it was over a month, wasn't it? Afterwards, might have been nearly 2 months afterwards. Now I don't cough unless I'm thinking about or talking about coughing, and then gosh, it's like thinking about yawning. Do not yawn, do not yawn. Your next response is to yawn. I rather cleverly and in the last 5 seconds reminded myself not to crush the can. Just going to put this here for a second. Bear with me. Bear with me. I'm going to bring the next can of beer over. I'm going to put the old one to the back right part of the tripod. Put the lamp back on top. Hey, look at that. It's like I'm a professional. Now, am I a professional light arranger or a professional drinker? This is the question you have to decide. And nobody can help you. It's your decision and yours alone. That lamp feels a little bit dull. Is it just positioned differently? Has it lost its power maybe? You still see me okay? You can see my head and my hands. Maybe that's just my brightness turned down too low. Maybe you can see the rest of me okay. Maybe I should put my own brightness up a little bit. Get a better view of a better idea of what you're seeing. Yeah, I'm kind of visible, aren't I? My jumper and my snood, which I keep turning under and putting under there. I got a sleeve sticking out there. And I got a dog under the covers, I think asleep again. Let me just check whether she's too warm or not. Oh, you are awake. And you're not too warm. You've got a cold belly. Hiding from all the fireworks, folks, which have actually gone quiet again the last few minutes. Interestingly. I don't know why. 1:42 and it's gone quiet. Historically, the fireworks would go on fairly strong until 4 o'clock. I think if you watch that video that I referenced earlier, if you just type Ratus Ratus in when you're on my channel, I think you can search just my channel and get Ratus Ratus. It's the one where I killed a rat on Christmas morning, I think 2 years ago. I can't rule out the possibility that it's 3 years ago, because I've been here a while now. I'm pretty sure 2 years ago, not last Christmas, the one before, I killed a rat 4 o'clock in the morning and the fireworks were still going off outside all around me. It's not just that I killed the rat, it's how slowly it died. I was listening to the death throes and it was really affecting me. Not just that, not just the rat, but the mice that I got as well. I was really struggling mentally with taking lives. I've overcome that now. I am now a proper real fucking sociopath. If I take a mouse's life or a rat's life, I couldn't give a flying fuck. That's not quite true. You shouldn't take these things too casually. But after being plagued by them for 3 or 4 months last year, well, this year, early this year, when I did start when some friends bought me the traps, Adam and Mel, when Adam and Mel brought me the traps, and I deployed them, and we killed 6 in the first night. None the next, but two the next day after that, and a couple later in the week. I was just so glad. I was just so relieved. As for their bigger cousins, it looks like if you can keep the smaller ones away, or keep the smaller ones dead, the bigger ones don't turn up. Don't want to tempt fate, but that's what it looks like. Can't hear me. Hold on, I'm going to go at the bottom, see what the people are still saying. Can you hear me, folks? Can I have a sound check? Thought for a second, okay, that's Farmer thinking that Frank drank too much and snoozed, like I did the other night. Was that Sunday? Fell asleep. Probably about this time. Snoozed on my Crown Royal Reserve, was sold out. What's Crown Royal Reserve? Is that a beer or a spirit? Scrolling backwards, finding Rose saying hi to Farmer, Merry Christmas. Where'd you go, Mike? I haven't gone anywhere. Nobody else has said I've gone anywhere. Beer before liquor, never been sicker. Liquor before wine, you're fine. People, I think different people can come up with different variations of these rhymes. You've got all sorts of variations about whether you use grain or liquor or wine or... Hold on. Farmer's on about Cabernet Sauvignon. I was looking at that in the shop earlier. I decided against it. You want a good red. See, I like a deep dark Rioja. I do like a deep dark Rioja. Guys, I'm going to switch back to the bottom. Sound check. Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear. Farmer fixed it, he can hear. But did you need to refresh or something? Loud and clear. I'm coming through loud and clear. Loud and clear really surprises me after how muffled... Do you remember a few weeks ago when I couldn't get a decent audio output from here? Do you know what I think I did to fix it? The microphone at this end and the microphone at that, I put them in my mouth and I sucked. And I think that might have cleared it. Maybe. I don't want to be advertising that as like a fix that everybody should apply. Start sucking on their microphone. 16-year aged whiskey. Oh God, aged whiskey. Bought my brother. Might have been a 12. Oh, okay. Get this. You're going around the supermarket, grocery store, if you will, and you've picked up the expensive whiskey that's in the it's in a round. It's not just a bottle. It's not just a bottle on the shelf. It's in a. And I'm going back. Let's say 15 years. Might be more. So me and the missus are out. We've gone to the shop, and we've gone. It could even have been Christmas Eve. We were late shopping for all the bits and pieces for different members of the families, and we bought him this whiskey. I think 12 years, and I think pick a number between 25 and 30 pounds. So at that point, you're probably looking at $40 or more, maybe. And American, US. I can't translate to Canuck or anything. We get home and we bring the shopping bags in. We empty the boot, the trunk, if you will, and we get everything into the house and we're sorting through things and we're putting everything away. Where's the whiskey? Well, I remember taking it off the conveyor and putting it in the trolley. You didn't put it in a bag? No, no, no. I just put it in the trolley. Did you lift it out of the? Did you lift it out of the trolley and put it in the boot? I don't remember touching it. I don't remember touching it. Back to the Tesco in is it Carnforth? I think it's Carnforth. And we get back there. We were one of the last customers. They were closing kind of thing. And we get back, and we start looking through the trolleys in the where we pushed our trolley into the others, the trolley station or whatever you want to call it. And there it fucking was, in the bottom of a trolley. A good 2 hours after we left it. We got home, unpacked everything, sat down, had a coffee, and then started going through and putting everything. Good. By the time we got back, it's 2 hours after we left it, and there's this expensive bottle of whiskey just sat in a supermarket trolley that we've somehow in the semi-dark managed to not pick up. Fuck. What do you do? But we found it. Such a relief. I can see clearly now the sound is gone. Okay. Seeing sound, that's a nice trick if you can do it. Oh, earphones reconnected. Is this USB or are we on an old fashioned whatever the 3-part headphone socket was called? Assuming headphones and microphone. Mr. S, happy holidays, everyone. Is that Mr. S arriving? I think so. The muffled audio was awful. Working in a shop, my microphone on my cell phone would get clogged up with metal shavings. Yeah, I didn't. When I was playing back those episodes from a few weeks ago, I hated it, and I hated that I'd tried everything I could think of. I'd stuck the SIM card extraction tool, what we're going to call it, in. I'd blown. But finally, sucking rather than blowing. Now you're telling your own jokes. Stop it. Stop it. Oh yeah, Mr. S and family, and of course your dad, who's recently out of hospital. Canuck, take off. That car I told you about, they've only just closed the door again. They're parked just beyond my camp. My camp has a pathway out. They're parked there. They could have been in my camp for all I can tell. Closed the door. Hasn't gone anywhere yet. I do find that annoying. It's a single track. If anybody in the houses at the bottom wanted to come out, or anyone wanted to go in, they would have been exactly in the way. There would have been nowhere to go. There's no way to pull in and get out of the way. They're still there. I find that highly annoying. It's not as annoying as 3 or 4 in the morning when you're listening to sex noises. But it's still annoying. Yeah, Merry Christmas, Mr. S. What are you planning to do tomorrow, Mike? Any cooking? I was, but I've seen the weather forecast. The weather forecast is for basically 24 hours with no sunshine, and it's going to start raining any moment now. Where are we? Oh no, another hour before it starts raining. But once it starts raining, it's not going to stop until the end of Christmas. Last I checked, and these are like 40 and 50% each hour, so it's not definitive. It's not definite, but potentially no solar power all day, no sun all day. I was supposed to cook today and do my first Christmas dinner tonight, and then have a second one tomorrow to do it kind of Spanish style and then British style. And I didn't. I just didn't. I can't even tell you why not. I might not even have enough gas to cook tomorrow, even if it wasn't raining. Um, Chances are I'm going to end up buying a gas bottle either tomorrow or Boxing Day, and then having Christmas dinner Boxing Day. Um, I've got food in. I've got lots of food in. I'm not gonna starve, but it's not gonna be. I went out today and bought all the things. All the things I was missing: sprouts, parsnips, and some form of turkey. Not the best, but some form of turkey. And I fucked it up. I didn't get off my ass and do what I needed to do. Either the day before, so yesterday or today, I didn't do everything I should have done. Um, Put it this way: if it gets out nice, I have the capacity to cook a Christmas dinner. I'll be cooking it on a single gas ring, piecemeal, bit by bit. Cook everything separately, or lots of things separately, and then probably put them in a frying pan just to warm up at the end. Um, yeah, that. And this is after I finally worked out all the logistics for doing the Christmas dinner that I intended. Had it all worked out, more or less, the order. I was going to start with the Yorkshire puds, a Yorkshire pud, possibly two large ones. Put them in the fridge stroke freezer. I was going to do this would have been yesterday. I was going to do. I was going to boil the potatoes. I wasn't sure whether I was going to like fry stroke roast them yesterday or whether I was going to leave that for today. Today I had the carrots already. I bought the parsnips this morning and the sprouts. I was going to put those all in one pan and boil them at the same time, parboil, and then I was going to kind of roast them, which really is going to be frying them, but with a lid over the pan, over the frying pan. I don't actually have a lid. That went missing when the Yobo came doing his thing a few weeks ago. We're going to do them in a small frying pan with a large frying pan upside down over the top. So I was going to get all these bits ready, and then I bought my turkey today. I got my, I got a chicken gravy granules plus a chicken stock, plus I would have put some of the fat or juices from the turkey in, to make a gravy. Um, what else? I didn't think about stuffing, but I've got chorizo, I've got onions, I've got bread for breadcrumbs. I could have fathomed a stuffing it would have just been stuffing balls. There's no turkey to put them inside, but I could have done something like that. I'm sure I've got something fruity here as well. I maybe don't have um, the red fruit that we do, cranberry. I haven't got cranberry, but I got a couple of different jams here. that could have sufficed. Something fairly fruity. Excuse me, folks. Just ungarrotting my self. I've been slouching, and the more you slouch, the more the undies get you. It's more detail than you needed, and I'm doing it on camera, but you know. You're along for the ride. You might as well get all the details. So yeah, that's kind of the basis of the plan, but it doesn't look like it's actually happening. Prosciutto sandwich. I've got boiled ham rather than prosciutto. I've got chorizo. I bought some blue cheese today. I bought blue cheese. My bread is just a pan familiar, a sliced white loaf. I haven't got anything posh. I don't have baguettes or anything at the minute. It actually, Aldi that I went in the other day, they've got a posh bread section. You know, you've got all your country kind of rustic loaves and baguettes and things, but not a simple sliced white loaf. What in Spanish is called pan familiar, basically family bread. Nothing. None of that. No parsnips, no sprouts, no Baileys. What kind of fucking supermarket is that? Somebody tell me, what does Spanish do on Christmas Day? Well, either Christmas Eve or Christmas Day. I know that they do the 24th as their big family meal. They sit down 7, 8, 9 o'clock for that. Okay. What do they have? Because it sure as fuck ain't turkey. Shops that sold turkey all year long didn't have any turkey in. Ordinarily, you would go in Aldi and there'd be pavo, there'd be turkey, or pavito, whatever name they're using for different bits of it. In Latin, pavo is peacock, I believe. But a turkey is like a peacock hen. It's got the spread feathers. It does the thing. But come Christmas, no pavo, or very little. Mercadona, there was maybe 8 or 10 little turkey. I say little turkeys. 3 or 4 kilograms at €7 and €8 per kilogram. I couldn't pay 30 odd euros for a turkey. I only had 50 or €55 on my card, and I'd already been around the shop. I'd already got everything else almost. So yeah, don't know. I am going to go back shopping because I underdid it in the run up to Christmas. I'm going to go somewhere in between Christmas and New Year and get a few extras. Maybe I can get a few things discounted. Maybe I'll have to wait till after New Year for discounted stuff. But I didn't buy any kind of treats like chocolates or chocolates or mints or what's the toffee they do here? Not churro. True nougat. In English we would say nougat. In American you would say nugget because you're less sophisticated than us. They have a thing over here where they have these big bars of pseudo toffee. The difference between toffee, nougat, and caramel, I think, is just the amount of milk solid you put into the melted sugar. Somebody correct me? But basically, those things are all based on melted sugar, molten sugar, and it's how much cream or butter or whatever you put in. Or some of them have treacle, maybe. Maybe that's just treacle toffee. Maybe that might be bonfire toffee back in the UK. But yeah, the difference between a toffee, a caramel, a nougat, and a fudge, minimal, probably. But I'm here to be educated. Plop plop fizz, what a relief. Plink plink fizz in England. Alka-Seltzer. Karen's going to bed now, she said at 1:52. Oh God, I'm only like 12 minutes behind. Have a very, very nice Christmas, very Merry Christmas, and Happy New Year, Karen. I'm sure I'll speak to you soon. No sound of silence here. That reminds me. What does that remind me of? Not the Darkness. The other band that begins with D, with the guy with the piercings and the bald head that sang The Sound of Silence. Not just sang it, but sang it so well that Paul Simon said, "That's your song now." Somebody else described it as Simon and Garfunkel gave a warning. And this other band that begins with D that I can't remember, they kind of covered the aftermath, if you like. Somebody tell me their name? It's not the Darkness, but it begins with D. Bald-headed bloke. I'm going to flick to the bottom in case somebody helps me. Oh God, look how far back I've got to go. Don't drink Mr. S. Oh, Finding Rose gone to bed as well. That's almost funny what you did there, Farmer, without knowing. Good night, Rose. Merry Christmas. Disturbed. It was indeed, Mr. S. Thank you. We've had this conversation before, and I couldn't. So there was Rose. That was Rose. Merry Christmas. Good night, guys. I'm tired. Merry Christmas, mate. I'll join in earlier on Sunday. Oh, hold on. Where are we now? What are days of the week? So this was Wednesday night, wasn't it? I'm going to be here Friday night for Boxing Day, yeah? And then, okay, I'll probably be here for Sunday as well. I'll probably be here for Sunday as well, because that would be typical. But I will be here for Friday. Mr. S doesn't know how much longer he can hang in. Hold on. Neither did my local Tesco, lol. What was this? Turkey or... Here we go, what we got? Farmer's got a serving recipe here. Grab some nice prosciutto. That's a ham, yeah? That's a meat. Soft Spanish blue. I just bought one that was just labelled blue cheese. I looked at another one that had like a brand name, but there was like only a third as much. So being a cheapo, I went for the blue cheese that got me more. Bread. So you're going bread, ham, and blue cheese. Yeah, that's always a nice. And grab some oranges or clementines or tangerines or whatever, satsumas, whatever other small oranges you can go for. The dog is door shutting. Dog. Okay, people that are dogging. You never know. Whoa! Why is it? It's rocking. The phone's moved to the edge of the chopping board. Oh, and shit! I haven't got enough hands. I need a third hand. It almost sounds like an Orson Welles film. The Third Hand. If only there was somebody here to play the zither. I probably lost half of you there with that one. It's a Third Man reference. One of the greatest films ever. There was Karen going to bed. There was Plop Plop Fizz or Plink Plink Fizz. Prosciutto with sandwich, soft blue cheese on nice bread. Sounds nice. I'm for now. I'm just on. It'll just be sliced white loaf, sliced white bread. And this computer tube says, "Wow," and lots of clouds and rain. Is that my weather or your weather? That almost looks like snow. I don't know. I've got some pate here as well somewhere. At least one link of chorizo. I got some hot dog sausages somewhere. Loads of onions. So on one of the in-betweeny days, I can make a kind of a pseudo hot dog, just with sliced white bread. That's all. Fried chorizo, peeled potatoes, chunk and add all the chorizo and oil to the boiled chunk potatoes. Okay, maybe. I watched a lady make a meal yesterday out of grated cheese and grated carrot mixed together. Left in the fridge for a while so that the liquid comes out of the carrots and then just spread on the bread. I don't think she even buttered the bread or anything. She just, yeah, oh, that seemed like something I used to do. We used to do a kind of a salad as kids with grated carrot, grated cabbage, grated onion. Did I say cheese? I don't think I did. I'm not sure. Anyway, 4 or 5 different things just grated, and that was kind of a salad that would either just be eaten on its own or put in sandwiches. Mr. S thinks he's 2K light. There was Rose leaving. I enjoyed Farmer's accidental kind of pun. Rosemary. Disturbed, we were talking about Sound of Silence, yeah. Frank was off to check on the cat. I'll be back. Sounds like some Austrian guy. Not the Zeke Heil one. What just happened? Checking on cat. Oh, okay, that was 2:07. I was trying to look at the time. I'm still 5 minutes behind. Turkey, didn't have any turkey in your supermarket, Andy. Isn't that? Did you leave it too late to go looking? Because I went in supermarkets a few days ago and couldn't find, and then went back today and went in a different supermarket. But the thing is that here in Spain, turkey isn't just a Christmas thing. It's here all year round. You've always got beef, you've always got chicken, you've always got turkey, and you've always got rabbit. Always like in the freezer shelf, the fridge shelves with a V. And there'll be yeah, you'll have other pork type things and other porks and hams and things. But turkey's in the shops all year round. And yet you walk in them in December and it's just not there until what, 3 days before Christmas or a day before today, isn't it? Don't know. I got this thing again, guys, with the crick in the neck from trying to turn sideways too much, and also being a little bit cold around the shoulders and neck because, you know, what temperature did we say? 8 or 9? I don't know. Quick look. I don't think it's that low yet, is it? It's not even that low yet. still about 11 or 12. Oh no, it says 9. It is 9 now. That's... Yeah, 9 is... When I pick the tablet up, the back of the tablet is... Well, if I say ice cold, I'd be exaggerating, obviously, because it's 9 degrees, not 0 degrees. Well, that's the feel. And also, holding the can of beer. I don't know if you caught that. I tilted it too fast and missed my mouth. Shh. I won't tell if you don't. Okay, discussion about whether a certain wine is German or Danish. It's a wine you drink warm or hot. Oh, glug. Glug wine. Okay. Pronunciation will vary between different countries. My Swedish friend... Oh, I'm going to get it wrong because he deliberately... He didn't like being the normal name and he went with a different name. And now I can't remember it. He took a variation on a name and now I can't remember either the real name or the variation. Oh, Stefan. He didn't like being Stefan, so he became Stefan. He introduced me to, was it Glug or Grog? We have mulled wine. I'm going to make some probably tomorrow. Red wine, cinnamon. You're supposed to go with like a star anise, maybe some cloves. I don't think I've got either of those, the star anise and the cloves. I got cinnamon. A little bit of ginger won't go amiss. I've got a big chunk of fresh ginger. And any other nutmeg if you've got any, but again that's probably too expensive for me. I might have cloves. I might just never use them because how often do you get to use a clove? Not often. So yeah, I've made in the past. I've made mulled wine. I've mixed wine with cola and then mulled it. And on the cards for this year's was just to mull cola. Just to take cola, warm it, and add the spices, and then drink it hot stroke warm. Works quite well, folks. Works quite well. It certainly worked well, red wine and cola mixed. I don't see why just cola on its own wouldn't work. Would make a nice kids drink, Christmassy kids drink. The Great Green Gary. There's some humour going on there that I'm not sure where we're at. Mum, I know you watch this channel. Please let Dad in. He's locked outside and the keys are in the door. It's cold and he has dinner. Okay. Nice, I guess. I was about to read a Farmer one about alright German and it jumped. Delta Mike, can you ask for Rachel Green is here? Is this, I'm reading backwards, guys. I'm reading backwards. Is this for real? It's about someone locked out and hold on. I'd left it right, that's Andy. Is my mum on the channel? My dad is outside and it's snowing.
Who's your mum? Rachel Green. It's not a name that sticks out or stands out. I know she's watching YouTube. This is one of her favourite channels. I'll have to drive to the house and let him in though through the back. What country are you in? Are we in like a bloody Sweden or a Denmark or somewhere where it's like minus 30 or Finland or something? The next door neighbour's going over, they got hold of her. Okay. I thought it was a joke. Yeah, no, I don't know. Let me stay on and watch. This seems interesting. Oh, not really. It's just a tramp in a field. I don't troll. Okay, mate. I'll take you at face value. Certainly to begin with. We call that a katemba. Wine and cola with some spices. It's like gluing. Gluing. I used to drink it in Austria. Okay, so glue and glug and grog all sound like names. I'm sure they've got names for it in Spain, but I've heard a few, and none of the names have ever really stuck. Red wine and cola. It can't be too much different to like a white wine. Was it white wine and soda, white wine and lemonade, spritzer? That was all the rage a few years ago. No snow here, said Mistress. It's freezing. The great green Gary. Gary with a double R as well. That's interesting in and of itself. Sorry, Mike, I'm new here. Yeah, no worries, mate. Holland at the moment. Okay. Holland. Mr. S is in Holland as well. Anthony Bourdain showcased it on his show. That's the dead chef, yeah? Guantanamo Bay in Cuba. Heat the wine mixed with different spices, yeah. Over here, certainly it would be cinema. No, not cinema. Cinnamon. Cinnamon, nutmeg. What was the one I said before? Star anise and cloves. Um, Star anise. If you haven't got star anise, you can go with something aniseed-ish. They're very similar flavours. Totally unrelated plants. Anise, star anise. I always thought that the anise and the anise seed would be aniseed, anise seed. But apparently not. Totally different plants, just with a similar taste profile. Keeps you warm in winter, yeah. Harold and Kumar. Oh, it's ages since I saw any of those. Um, long time ago. Always reminds me of what the different Kevin Smith films. Clarks and Clarks 2. Oh, sorry, Clerks. You're far too literal with the E's, you Yanks. What am I drinking? I'm just drinking whatever beer my friend Anthony brought me. Hotchster. I think this is the one he brought. Hotchster, just lager, 5%. 5% by volume, probably cheapest supermarket lager. Certainly if I bought it, it would be the cheapest supermarket lager. When friends bring them to me, sometimes they go a bit. He actually brought me Amstel today, didn't he? That's over there somewhere. So this is. I don't know where this came from. Maybe I bought it in Aldi. No, I bought Carlsberg, not Berg, but Carlsberg or something. I don't know where this came from. Or maybe it was Anthony yesterday. He brought me a 12 pack yesterday for breakfast. And then he brought me some beer today. I get confused, folks. I get confused. Yeah. Mr. S is off. Have a good one. Merry Christmas, Mr. S. And if I don't see or hear from you in between, have a very happy and prosperous New Year. I got beer. I have to keep the lamp away from the beer more than the beer away from the lamp. But I did also pour a brandy which didn't taste right to begin with. But that's because I'd had this aniseed liqueur. Two-handed drinking, folks. You got to drink with two hands. Now I'm getting a much stronger feel of the brandy. Before it was very muted, but my taste buds had been affected by the other liqueur or spirit. I guess it was the aniseed. Did I say? I keep saying licorice, but it's an aniseed spirit that I had. So I've had one brandy so far. I went for an 8 count. So 2, 3, 4, 6. Call that an 8 count. Different bottles pour at different rates, and over here in Spain, there's no official measure. But when you go to a bar, a 6 count if it pours fast. Maybe a 10 count in some places, and in some places it's a 12 or 13 count. Ladies with their gin will get the brandy glass with the gin, but it's full. It's like they get the bottle of tonic or whatever the lemonade's called. Somebody? Gaseosa. Not gaseosa. They get like gin and a gaseosa, and they get a little bottle of gaseosa separate. Because when you first get the gin, there's not really enough room to put either the tonic or the gaseosa in. One lady I knew she would get the one glass of gin, and she'd have to buy 3 bottles of either tonic or gaseosa, whatever she was on, the little bottles, to drink that drink. You just there's no official measure. It's not with an optic like in the. That's not a movement you want to be doing too often. But there's no optic. There's no official measure. There's no pouring it into a. They just pour it until they. And if you're a good customer that's there often, they'll just keep pouring. If they think they're making enough money from you, they just keep going. A 6 count, an 8 count, a 10 count or more, 12, not unheard of. And again, some bottles pour slow anyway, but others, if you've got a fast pour and the guy gives you a 12 count, you're going to be there forever. Keep the beer from the lamp. Keep the lamp from the beer, yeah. There's Mr. S off. Where are you streaming from, Mike? The channel name is, what is it? Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. I'm in a Spanish city called Torrevieja, the edge of a Spanish city. It's not like I'm totally out of the city. I'm on the edge that's right against the water. Well, within 100 meters, 150 meters of the water. I'm on a cliff top, kind of, sort of. Southeast coast of Spain. Carl Skirg. I don't want anything from Carl unless it's a Berg. No, it's not Carl's. It's Carl with a K, and it's a Danish drink. But it's a cheap. When you're buying your can of beer, it's 31 cents per can. And so you buy 12 of them for $3.72. I could probably, the bin's only over there, I could probably dig out a can. I don't know. Eggnog. Yeah, the problem with eggnog, it's just custard that you forgot to cook. It has to be a dark liquor, so whether you're going with a dark rum or whether you're going with a whiskey or even a brandy, maybe. It has to be dark spirits. Some people mix 2 or 3 different um but eggnog. It's too much like custard for me. Even if you've whipped up your whites and folded them in separate. Some people even do heat it up and cook it, which just makes it custard. If you've got either milk or cream, egg and sugar, that's custard. I don't care what you call it, it's custard. Liquid cake. Liquid cake. You'd maybe need a bit more flour to turn it. If you put a little bit of flour in, you'd make it into a cake. But it's a custard, really. Aniseed and licorice. Yeah, there's a strong crossover in the flavour profiles. Yeah, which is why I keep getting it wrong when I'm saying it. Gas. I'm guessing that the second S was meant to be an E. Gaseosa. If I'm at. Cream soda. Cream soda. We call it American cream soda back in the day. And rum. Cream soda. Rum. Do you know what put me off rum most of my life? Was it Quality Street or Roses? They had a rum flavoured toffee. And I fucking hated it. And it's only about 10 years ago I discovered that actual rum tastes nothing like that fucking stupid sweet. It's put me off. It's put me off. I literally, well, I was way over 40, let's put it that way. Probably over 45 when I first tried rum. I don't even remember why. I was in Spain. It must have been a price thing, because in Spain it's called Ron. With an N, RON, like Ronald, Ron. I must have been buying based on price. I must have been. This is way before being a tramp. This is back when I was, back in normal life, back in real life. But I bought some rum. Now, did I buy dark or did I buy light or clear? I think dark. Would have been dark. But it was nothing like these silly. Somebody tell me, is it Quality Street that has? It's in a blue and gold wrapper. I think blue and gold. If it's not quite, it wasn't. I'm pretty sure it wasn't Roses. It's Quality Street. It had to be Quality Street. Back then, there was only Roses and Quality Street, as far as I remember. None of these other things existed. Celebrations didn't exist. We had fun-size Mars bars and Milky Way. You'd buy a bag with, and they were an intermediate size. They weren't as small as Celebrations, but they weren't as big as proper ones. Even when you got a Bounty, like 2 small ones in a pack, fun size were a lot smaller even than the half Bounty. Celebrations didn't exist. But fun size, everything seems to have disappeared now, yeah? You can't buy a fun size Mars bar or fun size Milky Way. Only Celebrations. Maybe. I could be talking out my ass because I'm not in the country, so I don't actually know. But that's my... Oh, God. I watched an American the other week, maybe 10, 14 days ago. Someone gave him a chocolate orange. Try biting into the chocolate orange. Who does that? Nobody taught him to tap it and to take the segments. I don't know. He got a lot of publicity out of it. They got a lot of publicity out of it. And in the end, they sent him a nice selection of product for free. Okay, folks, we hit the 4-hour mark. At the 4-hour mark, YouTube will process chat within about 15 or 20 minutes. If we ended now, the video would be available with chat replay very quickly. If we ended before 4 hours, you might have to wait 15 hours for chat replay. But I don't think that means that we're just ending straight away. If you're here to carry on chatting, could do with a couple more thumbs ups if anybody's here that hasn't hit the thumbs up. That's always nice. Straw rum, I don't know what that is, but rum in general. Rum and raisin ice cream. I think I've actually tried that and didn't hate it. Gaseosa is like ginger ale or soda water. Gaseosa with an E is like it's like lemonade. It's like water with a hint of lemon. Like in England, it would be classed as like a cheap supermarket lemonade. It's not like a Fanta Limon, which is very, very yellow and very. This is clear. Looks like water. Looks like carbonated water, but with a hint of lemon. Whoa! I got disconnected and reconnected in quick succession. The Great Green Gary says Barcelona. Barcelona would be northeast. I'm in the southeast. If that's the question you're asking. I'm in the southeast, south of Alicante, between Alicante and Murcia. Oh, ouch. About 2 hours south of Benidorm, if that helps. Torre is tower. Ole, old tower, Torrevieja. Off to South Africa tomorrow, the 26th. Look, I've got people walking past now. That's interesting. Oh, there's some people with the car. What the fuck? It's a single track road. Who parks halfway down a single track road for a couple of hours? What if someone else had come by? Here's the question. Did they park there because the road is rough and they didn't think they could get to the bottom? Are they going to reverse all the way out in the dark on a road with ruts and... I don't understand people sometimes. I think the car's electric from the sounds of it. Maybe hybrid. It definitely bottomed out on the way in and that's why they stopped. If it's pure electric, it's not going to have... It's not like it's hit the oil pan and caused a leak. If it's hybrid, it might have. So are they going to go down and turn around and come back, or are they just going to try and reverse all the way out? This is the question. This is what entertains me, folks. That and the fact that I was initially worried about whether they were sneaking into my camp to do some kind of damage or... Oh, another car went past at the top to distort the sound. They're reversing out. Unless they're trying some kind of crazy 3-point turn. They're trying a crazy 3-point turn in the hedge and the ditch. Maybe. I don't know. Nothing to do with me really. As long as they weren't causing me grief. Spain is a beautiful country. This is indeed a fact. A beautiful country, beautiful weather, very nice people on the whole, as far as I can see, in my area of it at least. It's a very tourist heavy would be okay. It's not Ibiza, you know what I mean? It's not party town. There's a lot of foreigners with holiday homes here, but it's not nightclub land on the whole. It's older people, second homes, holiday homes, coming over from Scandinavia, Britain, Ireland. A lot of Ukrainians and Russians nowadays who, I guess it's not a holiday home for them. They're running away from something, and this is where they've run to. English. If you heard someone who wasn't Spanish speaking, it used to be more than 50% sure that they were speaking English. Now it's either Russian or Ukrainian. They outnumber us quite significantly. Just over the last, was it 3 or 4 years since Ukraine was invaded. So the Ukrainians came over to get away from the war, and the Russians came over to get away from being conscripted. And they get on. They don't fight, on the whole. Quite remarkable. But yeah. I don't know your background, but are you finding life less stressful in your current position? Absolutely fucking not. No. This is not a lifestyle choice. I'm not running away from something to come and be here and be, oh, I'm so free. No. You'd have to watch something called TrampCast 001 for the full story. So you're watching a TrampCast Hangout. I used to do a program called TrampCast. And my very first TrampCast, my very first live stream, TrampCast Space 001, has the full background. It's about 2.5 hours. It's not a quick listen. But the part history is my bank in England don't believe I'm me, won't let me have access to my money. They think they're protecting me, the account holder, from some guy abroad who's trying to access that money illegally. So they won't let me have my money. The only way I can get my money is to walk into my branch in the UK. The Spanish police have got and courts have got a little bit of a thing with me. It's a silly, stupid, random fucking thing. But it's been hanging over me for years. Means that I would have difficulty leaving the country. I got a disabled dog. Without money, it's difficult to plan how to leave the country. I've got to sort out the legal stuff first. Then I've got to get my money. I've got to get a proper solicitor, sort out this stuff. Then I've got to sort out the dog with a doggy crate and €500 to travel to the UK. A vet, you've got to see vets first and pay another 100 or so in all the different injections, fees, bringing paperwork up to date, deworming before you either fly or travel or whatever. All of that's money. It's time, money. It's, as I said to a lady right at the start of this stream who has been pushing for a while with just get your passport and get out of the country. It's not that fucking simple. When the police or when the courts are going to turn around and say you've got an outstanding warrant. Now, don't read me wrong here. Most of the time I don't. The problem is they don't tell me when they set a court date. Then they arrest me for missing a court date. Then they release me without a court date but tell me we'll send you a court date. They never send a court date, arrest me missing a court date, Okay? Try and leave the country, it's pot luck about whether there's a warrant for missing a court date. Never a punishment for missing the court date. Because they've got no proof they gave me the date. If they give you the date and can prove it, there's an extra punishment for missing the court date. But if they never give you that court date and they make you sign. So I got this catch-22 with court dates and getting out of the country and police and lawyers and fucking whatever. But there's also then the finances and the logistics. Now, if I send my dog overland to go to the UK, I'd have to send her like a day before I leave or two, and then I'd take a flight and I'd get there, and then I'm there in time for her getting there. If I do all that, but then can't leave the country myself, my dog gets there and I'm not there, then what happens? That's a whole level of shit. So there's all sorts of logistics. Even when I get back there, I've got nowhere to be. I'll just be homeless in the UK. There's people who say, hey, if we come over with a van and take you, will you go? No. I haven't even got a passport that's usable at the minute. I was flooded in this field when I first arrived. So any documentation I might have, and I've got a big pile of my own papers from banks and things from the before times, but it's all been flooded twice. My passport, I'm told, I've still got, but I'm told wouldn't be deemed valid for travel because water damage was a common or is a common way of disguising a fraudulent passport. A bad forger would make it look like it's water damaged, and you try and explain away the differences. Oh, it got dropped. It got dropped in a puddle. Oh, it's blah blah. So I got some people constantly. I'm not going to say harassing. I think most of them mean well. One or two, I'm not sure of, but they're constantly. Oh, you've got enough money, get a passport. Okay, let's talk about how I get a passport. There's a shop in Casada I can go to, and they'll do most of the work, and they'll charge me the normal passport fee, plus a 20 or 30 euro fee. Plus, if you can't do it with certain kinds of cards, they charge you an extra 10 or 15 euro fee. And then you got to go back there to pick it up after a week or 2 weeks. How do me and my disabled dog that don't drive, don't have access to how do we get to Casada? How do we get there twice, 2 weeks apart? After we got the passport and we've spent 140, 150 euros in total, what does that get us? We're still here in a field. That money doesn't get us anywhere yet. First, lawyer has to be paid some money. Then we can start working on the hoo-ha, getting all the ducks in a row, buy a dog crate, 100 euros. See the vet, get everything sorted there, 100 euros. 400-500 euros for either a flight for the dog if she goes with me. Again, what happens if she gets on the plane and I don't? Or she goes overland and takes off the day before me, then I fly, overtake her, and I'm there to meet her when she arrives. But what if I get stopped? There's just lots and lots of logistics. There's lots and lots of shit that just doesn't, it's not just easy. And I got all these people saying, just do this, just do that. Why don't you just go to Gibraltar and fly from there? Travel to France and go from there. Well, because computer systems. You leave from Schengen, you're leaving from Schengen. They know who you are, what you are, when you are, and if there are warrants for you. It doesn't matter which part of Schengen you leave from. If there's a warrant, you'll get pulled. And I don't know if there's a warrant at any one moment. And it's not just one moment, it's the moment you look into it, it's the moment you buy the flight, it's the 3, 4, 5 days later you take the flight. It's all the shit. And I got people constantly telling me just this, just do that, just do the other. I got so many belongings here. What do I do? I'm not going to be a cunt and just abandon like a shithole in a field. It's not a shithole, but I've got belongings. I've got a fridge, a camping fridge freezer. I've got a solar panel. I've got an EcoFlow river. I got. I'd need a week. Even the things I'm not taking with me, I'd need a week to put to the bin. Carrying them backwards and forwards. Chest of drawers. 2 mattresses, a bed frame, a Queen Anne chair, a big high back chair, and a carpet. A whole other bedroom just full of clothes and blankets and bedding and stuff. There was another guy here in the field who just fled and left a pile of crap behind him. I'm not that guy. I couldn't do that. So there's logistics, there's what order to do what and when and where and why and how. And it all starts with getting a legal thing sorted. Yeah. TrampCast 001 is the answer. I did kind of not ban, but I blocked a lady earlier for 24 hours for just firing off at the start with, if we brought a car, if someone brought a car, would you come back? Now, she did appear, her messages appeared to be in cahoots with somebody else that I banned earlier today, who got kind of violent with his suggestions. In relation to a conversation I'd had the other day, but he suggested that the Guardia Civil should beat me up with batons. So I banned him. I'm really enjoying your chat, says Great Green Gary. Explain the username. I'm assuming you're Gary, but double R would be unusual. But why Great Green? You're like a Jolly Green Giant, or what? Where do we go? Sorry, I'm not being well. I'm being humorous. I'm not being funny as in malicious. Farmer says your mum has a refined taste in YouTube channels. She's different, if I can put it that way, says Gary. She likes live channels. She used to watch Doctor Wu religiously, but they removed his channel. No idea who or what that is. There's Farmer asking people to pound, smash, poke, prod, press, punch. No, press, push, punch, slap, chomp, bump, tap, flick, kick, click, lick, rub the like button and subscribe. Don't subscribe straight away, guys. Wait until you've seen 3, 4, maybe even 5 of my actual videos. Not so much watching whole live streams, because they can be 3, 4, 5, 6 hours long. But my normal videos. The guy, watch my first ever video and some of the other ones from that first week when I was just under a shelter built out 6 broom handles and a tarpaulin. That's different. Sometimes I want to pack up and move to Slab City in the USA and live a free life. I'm sick of being controlled by 9 to 5 jobs on the system. Slab City. Is this a term? Maybe it's a nickname or something that I'm not familiar with. I don't. TrampCast is an inspired name. Not really. Who did I steal it from? It came via two people, and okay. One of them was Ethan Van Sciver, a famous comic book artist, who set up a channel. His was called TrashCast. He had a fallout with a couple of people and he wanted to trash them. So he started trash. His channel's not called TrashCast, but the program on his channel. So EVS, Ethan Van Sciver, Comic Artist Pro Secrets. Type that into YouTube search and go find TrashCast. So that was one, but he in turn took the name from somebody else, and I'm just Tug, hold on. That umbrella guy, was it that umbrella guy, or was it the other one? Hold on. That umbrella guy. I don't think it was that umbrella guy. It was yellow. What's he called? Yellow something or other. Do you think I'm going to get there? Yellow Flash. Yellow Flash. There's a program first thing Sunday morning, UK time. Last thing Saturday morning, US. Called Flashcast. Flashcast, Trashcast, TrampCast. It's kind of. Now, I don't steal their format or anything. It was a name. Cast as in broadcast. I'm a tramp, therefore it's a tramp broadcasting. It's a TrampCast. Look how long it took me just to backtrack the name of the channel. Ethan Van Sciver of TrashCast fame. He wrote. Drew is an artist, hence Comic Artist Pro Secrets. He drew comics for Marvel and the other one that's not Marvel. His claim to fame is that him as the artist, together with a writer who in comic book circles is famous, but I'm not in comic book circles much. He resurrected Green Lantern. Green Lantern was a dead project for the one that's not Marvel, that one of you is going to tell me the name of. What's the other comic book? DC Comics, Detective Comics originally, wasn't it? DC Comics. He resurrected Green Lantern. He brought it back from a dead property. I think 90s or early 2000s. And Jeff, what's the other book called? Jeff something or other. No, Jeff Johns? Something Johns. I'm going to go with Jeff Johns as the writer and Ethan Van Sciver as the artist. They resurrected Green Lantern, brought it back to, in the comic book land, brought it back to being a thing, to the point where Hollywood thought they could make a film of it. Now that didn't go too well, but that's not his fault. But yeah, Flashcast, Trashcast, TrampCast. I have a friend in the UK who says immigrants are getting free housing, £700 per month from the UK government. Not sure if it's true. I don't think it's £700 per month. I think it's 50 quid per week per person. And it depends whether they brought family with them. The free housing seems to be correct. Free housing plus food and other necessities, plus instead of you going to the doctor like Brits have to do, the doctors kind of come to you. And I think similar with like dentists and hairdressers and whatever else, everything's shipped to you, brought to you. Yeah. I'm not there, but I've got people telling me don't go back to the UK. It's not the same. And you can see videos of people going and walking around city centres and getting challenged and threatened all the time. A bloke called Charlie Veitch, Veitch, I think. Check the spelling. But yeah, he's one in particular goes around city centres, and if phraseology, do we want to call him Muhammad or Abdul today? What name we're going to? If Abdul sees you walking around the city centre with a camera, they'll come and challenge you and threaten to beat you up or try to beat you up. Come at you and put the hand in the pocket and pull a knife out and come at you. Now this guy, Charlie Veitch, he used to have one bodyguard with him while he did this, because he was making money from the YouTube videos. He now has two bodyguards. And he's a fairly handy lad himself. When they run towards him, he's fully capable of kicking them flat in the chest and putting them on their ass. So when they come running at him and pull their knife out, if the bodyguards don't get them, he does. Yeah. They don't, whatever they're doing, whatever they're hanging around doing their drug dealing or these shell games and various cons and things that they do, they don't like being filmed. So they see anyone with a camera and they get arsey. Allegedly. And then you got all the sex crimes. Allegedly. Yeah. Yeah, these guys, the immigrants go at the top of the social housing ladder. If there's a certain amount of social housing for British people, these guys get more points in a point system. So you've got ex-soldiers living rough on the streets. You've got families living in cars because they've got nowhere else to go, nothing else to do, assuming they've got a car. And the single man from Afghanistan gets off the boat one day and he's either in a hotel or in a house. Some of them, allegedly, can then send off and bring their families over. And when I say families, I mean plural per man. If the guy's got 2 or 3 wives, we somehow stupidly allow him to bring all of them over, and they can end up with a house each. They claim, oh yeah, he's my husband, but he doesn't live with me. And they get a house, the woman and 2 or 3 kids, and another woman and 2 or 3, and another woman and 2 or 3 kids, all because that one man got in the country. I don't know the veracity of that particular thing, but I have seen it and heard it said on British TV programs. So I'm not in the UK. I have no way of disproving it. But it sounds like the sort of shit that some governments might let happen. So yeah. Move to Alaska, live in the mountains off grid. Oh wow. Have you ever watched Northern Exposure? I don't know about living in the mountains, but living in a town in Alaska. If I had a niche, if I had a way of earning a living, I might like that. But I am basing it on a romanticized view of a TV program. So that might be a false impression. A 1990s TV program at that I have so far avoided watching the final season of, final series we would say in England. I deliberately slowed down my viewing of it and then lost track and have never watched that final season. That one program gave me one of the biggest shocks in my life. So I'd watched however many seasons it was, minus one. I'd watched all the seasons except for the final one. And then 20 years later, I go back and watch it again and recognize the voice of the main actor, but couldn't quite place him. I'm like, I know you. If you've ever watched that cop show, Number Threes, it's numbers, but they put a 3 as the E at the end. So whether you call it numbers or number threes, which is what my wife always called it, it's the same guy. He's gone from a long-haired Jewish doctor, long curly-haired Jewish doctor, to a more clean-cut, short-haired FBI agent with no hint of Jewishness. Same guy. Who knew? I had no clue. 20 years later, I had the same thing. I watched a program called Dark Angel, the one where Jessica Alba made her debut, the thing that got her famous in the tight leather pants and all that. But there was a guy in that program in a wheelchair. And again, 15 years later or whatever, I'm watching, what am I watching? NCIS. Anthony or Tony Donoso. The one that always got smacked around the head by Gibbs. I watched I watched as many NCISs as you know, as you can catch. And then I go back and I'm watching Dark Angel again. I'm like, this guy's voice. Where do I know him from? Same fucking guy. But when he's sat in the wheelchair, he's got this long, he's younger. He's got this long, angular face. And when he's Tony Donoso in NCIS, he's got this round face and much shorter hair. And I was halfway through watching season 1 of Dark Angel, like all these years later, before I placed the voice. And once I got the voice, oh yeah, it's him. But weird. I don't know. How did I get here? I don't know. We were talking about mountain men and Alaska, weren't we? And I went off on a tangent. Where are we? How do you remember Gordon Ramsay's surname being spelt? Oh, this is one of those, what do you call them? The Mandela effect, isn't it? This is one of those. Ordinarily, I would say that Ramsay was an EY. The fact you're asking makes me think it's AY, but only because you're asking. I'm still scrolling back because I'm behind. Okay, exactly, Jolly Green Giant. Trying to get Ice Road Trucking at the moment. following my dreams, that people think I'm crazy wanting to change paths. No, nothing wrong with wanting to change paths in life as long as it's possible, viable, realistic, or semi-realistic. Until they're in your shoes, it's hard to understand the complication. The thing is, I've spent so long explaining to people, and specifically to these people that keep going on about just get your passport, just do this, just do that, just get in a car and go here. I spent so long explaining what we said, the intricacies, the so when they just keep going on, and then when after I've done a video, they start chatting to each other and responding. Oh, if he never does anything, he'll never get anywhere, and they start this negative cycle of comments between each other. And then I start a new live stream, and straight away they're there with, hey, if we do this and if you do that, could you do that? I'm like, how many times have I fucking said, no, not that simple? Like if I could pay 30 quid, jump on a fucking Jet 2 plane and just land in the UK and it's over. Like I wouldn't do it. I'm not stuck here because I haven't got 30 euros airfare or 30 pounds airfare. It's the logistics of everything else and the order things have to be done. So yeah, that. So that's why I gave that lass earlier, supposed lass. See, here's the other thing. One of the people I banned earlier, well, the other person I banned earlier today, permanent ban, gone, arrived as a bloke, changed into a woman a week later, changed name and thought it wouldn't be noticed. The account was 4 days old when he first posted here, and about a week earlier I'd banned somebody else. I think that at least 3 of these people are the same one person. The timing lines up, the attitude, the questions, friendly enough during the posts, and then afterwards bitching and negative and what's the word I'm looking for? Kind of asserting violence, kind of procuring violence isn't the right phrase. What's the word I'm looking for? What was one comment out of nowhere? Any day now, you're gonna have you're gonna have your shit nicked when you're out of camp. You're gonna have stuff nicked. Then a few days later, I'd mentioned violence and being good at. I was good at fighting as as a younger man. And we had an incident here a couple of months ago where I had a 2-hour stand-up knockdown fist fight with a guy, and I won every round of it. And it was my moderation that prolonged the fight, really. But I kept winning and winning. I should have really gone in heavier and been more violent, but I wasn't. But I won every stage of it, every round of it. But then you got this guy saying, violence, yeah. The Guardia Civil should come and beat you up with their batons. So you got someone trying to disguise himself, trying to change ID, trying to make out 1 minute he's a man, and then hoping that he arrives as a woman you've never seen or heard of before, and he hoped it would never be linked together. But the YouTube Studio app for creators it showed the 2 accounts were the same person. You click on the girl's name and it shows the posts from the man, when it's only supposed to show the posts from that same account. So trying to disguise names, the fact that it was only a few weeks old, the account, and that it had been created within a week of this other person being banned, and then it starts coordinating with someone else with, he should do this, yes he should do that, oh he's not doing it, oh he's not trying. This counterpoint, not even counterpoint, congruence, this agreement between them, and then straight in today with, if this, would you do that? all of which has been explained time and time and time and time again, isn't feasible, isn't possible. Christmas Eve into Christmas morning, am I putting up with a couple of hours of grief? Or am I just hitting the fucking go away button? I hit the go away button. I'm scrolling back to it's jumping around while I wasn't talking. NCIS. Yeah, it was NCIS rather than CSI. Yeah. Gibbs. What's he called? Mark Harmon. And Tony DiNozzo, the actor, has a name. I do know it. But his face had totally changed shape since he was in Dark Angel. He'd gone from this thin, long face to this much rounder. It wasn't fat, just his jawline changed shape. So here we go. Yeah, I was being asked about Mountain. Yeah. Hold on, Freddy's Bodyguard. I'm going back to. It's jumped while I was scrolling. I'm going back to Mountain Men in Alaska. If I can get there. Ice road trucking. Until they're in your shoes. And it jumped like shit. The jumping's getting worse, folks. Freddy's Bodyguard is going through a rough time at the moment with his ex-wife who has put a hit on him with Antifa. It's crazy. He's only telling it how it is, that's all. Yeah. Yeah. The radical left. We used to call them the loony left, didn't we, in the UK? Back in the 80s when it was Neil Kinnock was trying to suppress them. I guess Michael Foot before him had given them a foothold. Between Michael Foot and Derek, the guy in Liverpool, the mayor of Liverpool at the time, you had and I guess I'm going to even go against one of my heroes, Arthur Scargill, had given the radical left a foothold, and Gary's picture and teeth, apparently it's tiny to me, I can't see that. Ice road trucking. Until they're in your shoes, yeah. Solitude and peacefulness. I'm tired of the rat race, like you said, a woodstone, fishing, hunting. Yeah, I tried the fishing thing. Well, me and a friend tried the fishing thing, but we didn't know our ass from our elbow. Self-sufficient. Easier said than done. It's a tough life. Yeah. I follow a lot of guys online who do off-grid living. I'm trying to remember one now. Nate. Got a dog called Minion and another one called Az. I think Az is short for Aslan. If you do a search for Nate Lord Minion, if you search for Lord Minion, Minion, I think, and Az, AZ, or Aslan perhaps, that'll find you him. Sorry folks, this is becoming unusable. It's jumping so far every time I move my Hey Mike, I see online a lot of gangster shot going on in Torrevieja. Cars blown up. News to me, there was a shooting 4 or 5 months ago. Not sure how that ended. I don't know if that ended in death or not. Cars blown up. I've no idea, mate. I don't see or hear any of it, and the newspapers I read aren't full of it, but they're English language newspapers, so I don't know. Who knows what they may or may not suppress. Shadow ban, that's what it is. When I say I banned them, I send them to the Phantom Zone. They may keep posting, and they'll see their posts, but nobody else will. I gave one account a temporary ban, I'm not sure if she's in cahoots with them or if they've just tried to associate themselves closely with her, with responding to her. But I warned her once in the past to stop trying to tell me what to do and in what order. I literally said, look, just fucking please stop. It's it's too much. You're not aware of the full circumstances. You don't know what you're talking about, and just give it a rest. And still, it's like, oh, you've got enough money now. You can get a passport. All right. Let's say I've got enough money and I've got and I could get a passport. How do I get it? How do me and my disabled dog head off to Casada, to the card shop as it's called? I think it's called a card shop or post shop. To do the doings. They've got the camera that takes the right size pictures and does all of that. They've got an express postal service to the either the consulate here or just to the passport office back in the UK. Shit goes and comes back so quick it's unreal. But how do I get to Casada? It's not a nothingness of a question, is it? It's like 20 kilometers that way. Somewhere that way. How do I get there? How do I get back? What do I do with my dog while I'm there? How do I get back there in a fortnight's time when my passport's back? At the end of spending €140, what does having my passport get me? I haven't needed it in the last 3 years. Well, they keep demanding it and asking for it. But even when I get it, what does it get me? It doesn't get me out of the country. Still got the legal shit to clean up. This is why I say that I've thought through what the order of things is, getting the ducks in a line. Getting a passport isn't step 1. It's maybe step 11 of 30. Someone says we'll come in a car and get you. Okay. And when we get to the what we're gonna do, the car ferry or whatever, when we get to the port and get pulled, and I get arrested and you get arrested for me being with you, for you trying to smuggle me out of the country or get me out of the country, what then? Now I've been arrested 500 miles from here. What do I do when they release me from a police station at 6 o'clock in the afternoon or evening? And I'm in fucking, I don't name a port, I can't even name, Santander. I'm in Santander. The irony. But when they arrested me at Alicante Airport here, they drove me around between 3 or 4 different police stations and then a courthouse. And then they just let me go in that from that courthouse in that city. What happens when they do that in Santander? I haven't got my backpack, my tent, I haven't got my EcoFlow and my solar panel with me. What do I do? What do I do there after I've been arrested and then released a day later? We'll send you a new court date. And they just let me go and dump me. They're not going to drive me back to Torrevieja, are they? Where me and my tent and my base was, or were, and the people who know me are. That's not what's going to happen. So what do I do when I get arrested in whatever port you've driven me to? And then I get released. I've thought this shit through. You haven't. Just get to France and get on a ferry. Yeah, because they don't have ports in France with computers that are linked and they don't look at your passport. And if there's a warrant out for you in Spain, they don't arrest you at the port in France, do they? Oh, yeah, they do. Just get to Gibraltar. Nice. The crossing from Spain to Gibraltar, they do minimal passport control because they expect you walking in or out or driving in or out. You try to leave Gibraltar to go to Britain, then they run the Schengen controls. Gibraltar has a deal basically with Spain that they don't do the Schengen controls as you leave Spain into Gibraltar. But as you leave Gibraltar, they'll run those Schengen checks as if you're leaving Spain. That's the deal they've got. Again, linked computers, linked databases, warrants, ports. It's there. I've thought about this. You haven't. All right, folks, I'm going to go at the bottom. You have to have a plan, and for the plan, you have to have planned. Yeah. Yeah, you have to look into it, seeing what the hurdles are. Put your as I put it, put your ducks in a row and get things lined up. Somebody else coming along and saying, hey, we'll come in a car and get you and drive you back. No, you won't. Not without probably getting arrested yourself in the fucking meantime, or getting yourself put on a watch list. The car can move between like Spain and France and wherever, but as soon as you try to leave Schengen to go to Britain, then it's gets you 60 days in a deportation centre. Yeah, it could well be. Get a passport, head to England, and then freeze on the streets. Yeah. Well, that's the other thing. Once I get to England, I'll just be homeless in England. So that's, I'd almost say out of the frying pan into the fire, but I'm going to say at the minute out of the fridge into the freezer. Want banning. Yeah. Yeah, the gangster stuff in Torrevieja, I don't know. There were a few years ago. There was a lot of stuff with Irish drug deal. Not a lot, but there was stuff with Irish drug dealers. There was one guy, basically chained to a heavy weight that got thrown to the bottom of a swimming pool, and the guy drowned in the pool. The left are idiots. Not all left, but you're the far left, the extreme left. Yeah. I think there are people in the middle of left and right who, and the majority of people are centre left or centre right. But I do think that the left did take a lurch to the left in recent years. And this is why Starmer and major figures on the left are kind of out of touch and don't see what they're doing, don't see the damage they're doing. It's the suicidal empathy. Open arms, these people need help, let's let them in. Yeah, you might want to check who these people are, what they believe, how they're going to treat you once they're in, what they're going to demand of you once they're in. Mike's a good guy, slightly misspelled, but I'll take it. We got people with shadow, but okay, welcome Barry. Sounds like a real man pretending to be a woman, not. Trolling and nothing better to do. Yeah, the friendliness during actual streams, and then the not sharpness, that's not the right word, but the attack, the line of attack, and it's not just like one message. This makes me think it's the other guy that I banned originally. A guy called, he was called Bob something or other, I think. Rob something, but not Rob B that comes in on a Friday. It's another bloke called Rob something or other, and he'd watch the TrampCast the day after, and he'd send about 13 queries or questions or pointed. Initially debating points, but 13 or 14 from one bloke in an afternoon. And this other gal started getting the same 6, 7, 8 debating points from each TrampCast. And then they became not debating points, but positive attacks. So yeah, and when the name change thing happened, and we went from a man to a woman, I only noticed it because of the YouTube app. You can click on people's profiles to see more about them. This person has interacted with you 20 times in the last 3 months, blah, blah. But then it shows the messages, and some of them are a woman and some of them are a man. What was really weird was, early on, he'd been hanging around on the channel for 2 weeks, this new entity, this new persona. So 2 weeks, this name had been there. But when I clicked to look, joined YouTube 4 days ago. I'm like, how has he been here messaging for, weeks, but only been a YouTube member for days? And I think what's happened is he's had an account in one. There's 2 parts to a YouTube name. I think he's had one, deleted it, and recreated the same name. Whether it was the full name or the short name, the @ name, I'm not sure which. I think he's done something like that, and somehow the app has brought it to life. That the same account was there, then was deleted, and then was back. And he'd been on the channel for, I'm going to say at least a week and a half, but my recollection is like 2.5, maybe 3 weeks. And then when I click through, account created 4 days ago. Not subscribed to me 4 days ago, but account created 4 days ago. I don't know. Anyway, folks, we're coming from 5 hours, and we're well into Christmas morning. I've lost track of chat, and it's jumping around so much I'm struggling to get anywhere. What I will do when I do watch this back, I will try and make note of this latter hour. I'll try and make note of anything you've said that I haven't responded to, and anything that needs a response. I'll try and I'll try and mention it in the next one, or the one after, depending on when I read this, because we are 5 hours in. It is Christmas. I don't know for sure that I'm going to sit and listen to this whole thing on Christmas Day, but we're going to be back the day after for the Boxing Day evening, Boxing Day night, St. Stephen's Day if you prefer. If you don't know what either of those are, it's the day after Christmas Day, December 26th on the night. I'm going to come back, and is that the Friday anyway? So that would have been a night that we did TrampCast anyway. So a TrampCast Hangout. I should probably be more clear in my wording. But yeah, folks, I am yawning. I am tired. I'm going to... No, I'm not. My girl's under... I'm not going to leave you in the manner to which you may have become accustomed, because Tina is fast asleep under the covers. It has been quiet firework-wise tonight. I'm happy about that. But folks, I'm going to give it a couple of seconds over, just because we did have a couple of disconnects. I'll maybe give it another 30 seconds and we'll see. We're way over 4 hours, so that doesn't matter anyway, really. I'll just have a quick look and see. Okay, folks, nice meeting new people. The rest of you, glad you could join me. Everybody, glad you could join me and help a tramp see in Christmas. And Merry Christmas and a happy, prosperous and healthy new year to all of you if I don't see you again before. But for now, I'm going to say from Tina, even though she's not visible, and from me, Delta Mike, that missed. From Tina and from me, Delta Mike, out. Later.